You're live, Your Worship.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Weeks. All right, Council. I'd like to start this regular council meeting of July 26, 2022 to order with adoption of the agenda. Someone want to make that motion for me? Councilor Palmer, second by Councilor Elliott. All in favor? Motion's carried. Adoption of the minutes of the regular council meeting of July 12th. Someone make that motion for me. Councilor Palmer, second by Councilor Brooks-Hill. All in favor? Motion's carried. Any business arising from those minutes? Councilor Elliott.
One of the items that was on the agenda was a report from the police chief, RCP, Sergeant Dawes. One conversation I've had with him is that 14 of our 16 RCP officers in our town are, that's the number we have, 12%. Two of those 16 are paid by the province. 14 is supported by the municipality. Right. Percentage-wise, it's 13%. 35% of the calls that the RCMP make are with the highway. And so in many ways, the municipality is subsidizing the province on highway support. I don't know what we can do on addressing that, but it should be something we should look at. And I don't know if that's something that the finance person looks at or whether we have to petition the province to get some more equitable financing in place, but it's something we should definitely address.
Okay, I'll approach Sergeant Dawes Superior and ask how to do that. All right. Any other business arising from the minutes? Seeing none, we are going to go on to our public hearing. We have our first public hearing is on the official community plan bylaw number 2332. It is going to be held electronically. So Mr. Morrison, you are going to moderate, is that correct?
Your Worship, that is correct.
Mr. Simon, do you have a presentation that you would like to do before I start and call for the opening of the public hearing?
Through your worship, yes, I do have a presentation if council chooses to have a presentation on this matter.
I think it would be appropriate with the public watching and being involved with the public hearing. So Mr. Simon, take it away.
Thank you, your worship. Just let me share my screen here. If there's any issues with seeing the presentation, please let me know. Just interrupt me if it stops flowing through. So today is the public hearing for official community plan bylaw number 2332. Brief overview of presentation. We'll give a brief synopsis of the process in preparing the draft official community plan, including community engagement, technical analysis. We'll give a summary of the 7 different parts of the official community plan, go over some of the supporting documents that helped inform the OCP, as well as next steps. So preparing this plan, it's been a long process starting in 2019 and ultimately culminating halfway through 2022. Started in November 2019 until July 2020 with the vision check-in, going out to the community, getting feedback on a updated community vision statement. Moving into May to September 2021, substantial work on framing of the OCP. So working with the community to identify important topics. A lot of community events were held with respect to framing the OCP. This resulted in 5 key themes: safe, resilient, and healthy communities, vibrant culture and heritage, diverse local economy, healthy ecosystems, and sustainable built environment. This ultimately formed the draft goal sections within the OCP. And then moving into December 2021, looking at a little bit more detailed growth scenario review. So a few different growth scenarios were presented to the public to show when and how the city could ultimately grow to support the increased development that the city has been experiencing. The OCP focus group was established in July 2020 and continually met up until April 2022. It was quite a commitment from 22 members of the community. They represented a diversity of organizations, demographics, and business interests. They met 15 times and dedicated approximately 700 hours of volunteer time. So there was robust community input at all stages of the process. They provided feedback on technical data, engagement strategies, process, and championed engagement within their networks. Another really key element that helped inform the draft OCP, a nice grassroots effort, was done by the focus group to help recruit 33 community members to form OCP policy teams. So between November 2021 and March 2022, there was over 400 volunteer hours that were dedicated from these volunteers to help actually inform the policies that made their way into the draft plan. So you can see that from the very start, looking at the vision statement, all the way moving into the nitty-gritty detailed policy analysis and completion, there has been robust community involvement. And then finally, in May 2022, all the hard effort of volunteers culminated in presenting the draft plan. We had 4 community events, had 49 attendees, 58 surveys were completed. And based on this feedback, there were some final tweaks and changes that were made to the OCP. So while this was being undertaken, there was also technical analysis that was being done in the background. So there were several master planning documents that were completed or underway during OCP development. If you look in Appendix 1 of the draft plan, it has a complete list of all of these draft documents. There's a lot of master plans that are ongoing right now at the city. So there's a lot of work that was being done that helped inform the OCP. So population and housing report that was done by Rennie in 2021, residential land supply and demand analysis completed in 2021 by Urban Systems, looking at the community energy and emissions plan quick start to help inform the greenhouse gas emission reduction target, age-friendly report, master transportation plan, housing action plan, heritage management plan. You can see all the hard work from these separate master plans ultimately culminating to help inform and influence the OCP. So moving into a summary of the OCP itself. So trying to keep it really high level here, starting with part 1. Part 1 includes an introduction, vision, and community goals. So it talks about what an OCP is, how to use the document, a summary of the process to prepare the OCP, similar to what I just presented to you, looking at a community profile for the city of Revelstoke, the vision and priorities of the community. Something that's new to incorporating into an OCP is so-called lenses. So the lenses of sense of community, equity, and climate change action. So these ultimately help shape all elements of the OCP, kind of viewing it through these 3 lenses. And then, as previously stated, the community goals that are categorized into those 5 areas that were identified through the framing of the OCP public engagement process. Moving into part 2. Part 2 of the OCP is all about future growth. Where are we going over the next 5, 10, 20 years as a community? So when we look at population growth, we envision, based on the analysis completed by Rennie, an average annualized growth of 1.5%. And this is with respect to permanent residents over the next 20 years. So this is about an increase of 2,700 people by the year 2041. This gives us a total peak population. So this would include our shadow population, those that are here seasonally, as well as our peak tourist population, and then the permanent residents for a total of almost 22,000 by 2041. We also looked at housing demand. So based on the growth scenario analysis that was completed and vetted through the public, the centralized growth model, looking at working within existing areas that have access to infrastructure was ultimately selected as the most appropriate model for the city and to help address that so-called missing middle, duplexes, row houses, triplexes, ground-oriented apartments, things of that nature to help address some of the housing challenges that the community is facing. So for all new development, the housing targets set 75% to be multi-unit type development. Now, this does seem like a lot, but if we ultimately do achieve this target by the year 2041, Revelstoke will still be a predominantly single detached community with about 63% of all households being single detached. Economic growth, looking at ways that we can support the community as it's shifting from a primarily resource-based economy to a more diverse economy, which includes tourism, recreation, transportation, logistics, as well as other emerging technologies. I don't think it's any secret there's quite the entrepreneurial spirit within Revelstoke, so we want to make sure that the city is well positioned to help support new and emerging enterprises. Sustainability, climate action, greenhouse gas emission reduction target of 40% from 2007 levels reduction by 2030 with net zero emissions by 2050. This is further informed by the SEEP Quick Start that was completed to help ultimately get to this goal that's included in the OCP. And then lastly, looking at our urban growth boundary. So based on this centralized development model, there's no anticipated need for expanding the city's boundaries into the future. Part 3 of the document includes community policies and action items. So it has policies relating to Indigenous reconciliation, policies regarding parks, recreation and culture, community economic development, as well as community infrastructure. While there's a lot of policies and action items to unpack within this part of the OCP, some of the main highlights that are important for council and the community to understand include the development of a citywide policy to guide communication, engagement, and collaboration with Indigenous communities. Revelstoke is a unique area and was a historic crossroads, so there's a lot of Indigenous communities that have historic ties to the land here, and it's very important that we look towards developing a policy to guide our communications. Policies guiding future parkland acquisition and preservation of natural areas for conservation value, policies and actions guiding collaboration with the community regarding arts and culture projects, supporting businesses, nonprofit sectors with economic development objectives, policies related to incorporating social development objectives established through things like the city's poverty reduction strategy, looking at reviewing things like the development cost charges bylaw, as well as other main bylaws that help fund major infrastructure in the city, and then provisions for other community infrastructure, supporting active transportation, Bear Smart, solid waste collection, organics collection, water metering, as well as overall expansion of the sanitary sewer servicing network. Part 4 of the document, this is where we get into some of the details regarding land use policies as well as the action items. So section 4.1 includes general land use policies that will help guide things like rezoning applications. Section 4.2 includes a whole list of policies and actions as it relates to housing in the community. So not only supporting that previously mentioned 75% target for new development to be multi-unit style development, but also looking at ways that we can increase protections for existing rentals within the city. Section 4.3 gets into details on heritage conservation area. So this would be general policies that guide heritage conservation citywide, as well as policies that specifically guide development within the city's heritage conservation area. We have policies and actions respecting the environment. So these would again apply to development citywide that would mainly be looked at the rezoning stage of an application process. Section 4.5 gets into details, which is shown on the map here, regarding the different neighborhoods in the communities. So specific policies that will assist in guiding development within each of these communities. And then lastly, section 4.6 includes a list of land use designations. Now, land use designations are quite important within an OCP. They are one of the first pieces that a planner would look to if someone comes in and wants to rezone, to say, in general, what would be supported to rezone your property to. So some of the key highlights: city has reduced the land use strategy and simplified it. So right now we have about 23 different land uses contained in the OCP. We've reduced that to 12 and included more plain language to describe different uses. This really helps increase the transparency of the document so that the community understands, what does medium density residential look like? What does low density look like? What does mixed use look like? This does help provide guidance for the land uses, general clarity as well. One of the other key highlights is the environmental land use has been expanded to ensure that long-term preservation of the natural environment is reflected in the land use strategy. So this is a map of the land use strategy, and looking at the environmental land use, you can see it's this light green that almost provides a direct buffer around the city. And that land use is specifically intended to preserve the natural functions, natural assets that the city ultimately relies on. So one of the key things to also understand is that the definitions of low, medium, and high density residential have been amended in this OCP. So you can see low density residential would include ground oriented housing, such as single detached, 2-unit, row housing, or small blocks of multi-unit housing. So things like a triplex or a fourplex. Medium density housing is going to be getting into row houses, multi-unit, and apartment style buildings. Again, you're not going to be seeing very, very tall apartment style buildings, but those that could be well integrated within the neighborhood and that are located along key transportation corridors. And then high density is getting into multi-story apartment and condo style buildings that has a wide range of unit types included. So this really does simplify the land use strategy to improve transparency and clarity for the public, applicants, and landowners to understand what could be supported for future residential development. Part 5 of the OCP gets into details on development permit areas. So there are 8 development permit areas: environmentally sensitive, environmentally hazardous, downtown revitalization, scenic corridor, multifamily and mixed use. Revelstoke Mountain Resort has its own development permit area. And then lastly, the commercial and industrial development permit area. So these development permit areas ultimately establish guidelines to help shape things like the form and character of future development within the designated areas. Some of the key highlights in terms of the changes contained in this OCP includes designating the entire city as an environmentally sensitive and environmentally hazardous development permit area. Now, this isn't intended to slow down any approval process, but rather to reflect the values of the community that Revelstoke is in a unique ecological area, and that some of our base environmental mapping may be missing some of the key environmental features that are important to protect and preserve into the long term. So by designating the entire city as an environmentally sensitive development permit area, it gives staff and council the tools to request things like environmental site assessments, even if there is no base mapping that shows their sensitive environmental features. But when we go out and do a site visit, there's known to be sensitive riparian areas, wetlands, or mature tree stands. One of the other changes is requiring development permits based on the proposed use to be undertaken rather than a statically mapped area. So for instance, in the existing OCP right now, the commercial and industrial development permit area is statically mapped. Well, if someone rezones their property from a commercial use to a mixed use, then they would then need to amend their development permit area and amend the OCP. What this does is base the type of development permit you need on the use to be undertaken. So it really simplifies the process, helps reduce red tape in terms of reducing the amount of applications that someone might need to undertake to ensure that they're aligned with the OCP. And then lastly, the guidelines for forming character development permit areas have been improved by increasing clarity to ensure that staff and council have better tools to guide future development. So there was some substantial changes that were made to the development permit areas in an attempt to improve clarity for applicants. Part 6 of the OCP gets into details on implementation, which is a very key component to ensuring a successful plan. OCP includes a lot of actions. There's 113 actions in there. Some of these are items that can be started and completed within a relatively short period of time, whereas others are going to be ongoing actions that will be around for the entire lifespan of the OCP. Reporting to council and the community on an annual basis is included in the implementation of this OCP on an annual basis is very important so that the community understands how we are doing in terms of meeting the goals and objectives of the OCP and how we are doing in addressing some of the actions that have been outlined. So to assist with this, a separate implementation strategy has been developed. This implementation strategy details the requirements for an annual report to council, which includes relevant data from indicators, updates on targets such as the housing target, population growth, recommendations for any amendments to the OCP to ensure it does truly remain a living document, and then as well an action item matrix to show the status of each 113 action items so that, if the community is interested, they would have a short table to read to look at the status for any action items that they are ultimately interested in. Part 7 of the OCP includes appendices. So this is a list of community plans, definitions, as well as the Revelstoke Mountain Resort Development Guidelines. It's important to note that these guidelines haven't been changed from what's existing in the OCP. It guides development out at RMR, but they are included as the appendix as they currently are in the existing OCP. Some of the supporting documents that will ultimately require approval from council as part of this OCP includes the OCP implementation strategy itself, the SEEP Quick Start, the floodplain council policy, which based on previous direction from council, staff will be working to update based on the most recent floodplain analysis that was completed by Director Black and his team, as well as the Revelstoke Station Heritage Conservation Area Design Guidelines. Now, the Conservation Area Design Guidelines haven't been amended from what they are in the existing OCP, but they are separated out as a standalone document. So they still need to be adhered to for anyone developing in that area. But by separating them out as a standalone document that can be approved by council, It means that they can be changed in the future without having to amend the OCP, again, contributing to it being a living document. And with staff currently undertaking the Heritage Management Plan, there will be some recommendations for changes to those design guidelines. So it's timely to pull them out of the OCP and have them be their own document. So next steps, obviously council will proceed with the public hearing today. There are a few options for council at the conclusion of the public hearing. Council may proceed to third reading consideration. Council may direct further changes to the OCP or direct that other areas be explored, and staff would go back and prepare a report for council. And then council may also proceed to third reading and adoption. Some of the items to consider should council ultimately proceed to third and subsequently adoption is that the OCP implementation strategy, the SEEP Quick Start, as well as the Heritage Conservation Area Design Guidelines will need approval from council at some point to ensure the full implementation of the OCP. So thank you. This concludes my presentation, and staff are around for questions should there be any.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Simon. Much appreciated. I am now going to start the public hearing, and then if there's any questions following, we'll ask those questions. So this public hearing is being convened pursuant to Section 464 of the Local Government Act. At this public hearing, the public will be allowed to make representations to council, and all persons present who believe their interests are affected by the proposed bylaw shall be given the opportunity to address council or to present written submissions respecting matters contained in the proposed bylaw. Those of you who wish to speak concerning the proposed bylaw should commence your address to council by clearly stating your name and address, and then you may give us the benefit of your views concerning the proposed bylaw. A speakers list has been established, and my staff have given that to me. So please observe the rules, and if you have any concerns with the manner in which the hearing is conducted, direct your comments to myself, the chair. Members of council may, if they wish, ask questions of you following your presentation. However, the main function of council members today is to listen to the views of the public. It is not the function of council at this public hearing to debate the merits of the proposed bylaw with individual citizens. Everyone shall be given a reasonable opportunity to be heard at this meeting. No one will be or should feel discouraged or prevented from making his or her views heard. In considering the proposed bylaw, council has received documents which may influence its decision. These documents are available for review in a binder located in the Development Services Department, or alternatively on the city's website under Find Council Documents and choose today's meeting date. Before we begin, may I have the corporate officer confirm that all due process was followed according to the Local Government Act?
All due process was followed, Your Worship.
Thank you, Ms. Floyd. A pre-registered speakers list has been established. Each speaker's initial presentation will be limited to 3 minutes, provided the comments are relevant to the issues at hand and the hearing is not being obstructed. This initial time limit is to allow everyone a fair opportunity to address council respecting the proposed bylaw amendment. After everyone on the speakers list has spoken once, speakers will be allowed a supplementary 2-minute presentation, which will be limited to additional comments to what was previously presented so that everyone that wishes to speak may. Should you wish to provide council with new comments, raise your virtual hand and the mayor will call upon you until all participants have had a chance to speak. In your supplementary presentation, please do not repeat the comments made in your initial presentation. After everyone on the speakers list has had the opportunity to speak twice, speakers will be allowed a third 2-minute presentation, which will be limited to additional comments to what was previously presented, again, so that everyone that wishes to speak may. Should you wish to provide council with new comments, raise your virtual hand, and I, the mayor, will call upon each of you until all participants have had a chance to speak. So on my speakers list, I have Nancy G. So Mr. Morrison, our IT person, will moderate and keep track of time. So Nancy, Mr. Morrison, Nancy is online and would she be willing to speak?
Your Worship, she is, and I've just asked her to unmute.
Thank you. Nancy, are you there?
Your worship, she seems to have left the meeting. We'll just give her a moment there.
Okay, thank you.
She seems to have not rejoined. Perhaps we can move on and we'll come back to her.
Okay, so I will ask, second name on the list is Aviva Falco. Is she present on the meeting?
She is not present.
Okay, so we'll move on. Catherine Watanabe.
I do not have Catherine on the list
Okay.
in the meeting.
Cynthia Nurse.
Cynthia, we do. I will just ask her to unmute here.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Your Worship.
Good afternoon, Cynthia. Could you give your name and civic address for the record, please?
Yes, I'm Cynthia Nurse, and I'm currently reside at 1870 Glacier Lane.
Great, thank you, Cindy, or Cynthia. Please go ahead and give us your thoughts.
I'm respectfully asking Your Worship and Council to consider an amendment to set 4.5.28, and it's regarding the West Side Road neighborhood. The amendment that I'm asking for is in section B, looking at the feasibility of adding to the potential of a technology park, but I'd also like you to also consider the feasibility of a recreational area. And the reason that I'm asking you of this is on behalf of the Monashee Wilderness Society. We've put in a land tenure in the past, looking at developing the subject land off of West Side Road at the top of across from the Frisbee recreational area to have a forest school, which would provide a gathering place for indigenous healing and wellness, and also for a home for a field weather station, so that it could be directed to the Monashee Range for to monitor the glaciers. Also, that area has about 35 acres, and it's the former camp of the BC Hydro Dam. And so there's quite a bit of clearing already. And so it would make a wonderful outdoor, I'm so nervous, I'm so sorry. It would make a wonderful outdoor amphitheater. So for the recreation part of life and bringing people and students out to the forest school, that right now that your plan is to look at the feasibility of a technology park. And I'd like you to take into consideration the recreational aspects of the land in the future.
Great, thank you.
I'm not sure about my time, but I'm so sorry about being so jumbled, but I was hoping to do it from the site so that you could see it. The site has got most of the native species of the area, and at the moment it's being overrun by weekend squatters. So if you're not going to do anything with the technology park, we're hoping that you would work with the Monashee Wilderness Society and making that a place that could be used by area residents and for visitors.
Great, thank you for your comments. Okay, we will move on to the next speaker. So I have Mr. Mike McNeil. Mr. Morrison, is Mr. McNeil on?
I do not have Mr. McNeil present.
Okay, Alexis Aikenhead.
And I do not have Alexis.
Okay, Cindy Pierce.
I do have Cindy Pierce.
Okay. Go ahead, Cindy. Could you give us your full name and civic address for the record, please? You can proceed, Cindy, if you can hear me.
Were you calling Cindy Pierce? Ah, you were.
Yes, I am, Cindy. Could you give us your full name and your civic address for the record, please?
My name is Cindy Pierce and my civic address is 706 Downey Street. And I apologize, I was just trying to sign up to the webinar. I really don't have any comments other than good luck with these final steps. Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy. Appreciate that. All right, so Mr. Morrison, I'll go again to the top of my list. Nancy G, has she been able to rejoin?
Your worship, she did not rejoin.
Okay. Let's go to Aviva Falco.
Not present.
Okay. Catherine Watanabe.
Also not present.
Okay. Go back to Mr. Mike McNeil. Is he present now?
I do not have Mike McNeil.
Okay. Alexis Aikenhead.
No.
Okay. Do we have any others that have joined that are not on my list that would like to speak for the first time?
I do have one name that was not registered. Thomas, please raise your hand in the meeting if you would like to speak to this. And I do not have a response there.
Okay, so I will go on to Cynthia Nurse for the second time. Cynthia, do you have any additional comments that you did not make in your first time at speaking that you would like to speak to?
Yes, Your Worship. I'd just like to add the fact that West Side Road, beyond its industrial park, past the J&J and the Frisbee Court, the outdoor adventure tourism aspect of West Side Road fits perfectly into this amendment that I'm asking you for. You have the Snowmobile Club, you have Revy Riders, you have the heli skiing, and you also have Great Canadian Tours. Not only to mention the hiking and the biking that happens in all of the areas and the hikers in the Jordan River. So I just feel that the need to have a gathering place up on that piece of Crown land would be beneficial to assist with people outside of the fact of the general tourism part of the life. So one part of the valley is dedicated to, delivering services to people who are tourism, and then the other side of the valley is for the outdoor adventure activists. So I'm hoping for the consideration for this amendment so that we could possibly move further. And that's all I'm asking.
Okay, so we have a couple of questions for you, Ms. Nurse. Councilor Ryan.
Sure. I was just wondering if you could repeat the section in the OCP. I didn't quite catch it.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's the West Side Road neighborhood. It's 4.5.28.
Perfect. Thank you.
Section B.
It's section B.
Right. So just a question for you, Cynthia, from Mayor's perspective. When we're talking about the land that you're hoping to be amended, we have a section 17 on a piece of property up there near the dam. Are you wanting all of this property to now be changed to outdoor recreation for the purposes of your group? Is that what you're asking?
Yes, because there's a section 17 hold on it, and we can't secure a land tenure to move forward.
All right, thank you for that. Councilor Elliott has a question.
Yes, Cynthia, just so I'm clear, so this parcel of the land that you're interested in is further out. It's about 5 kilometers out of center of town. Is that right?
It's actually about 9.3 kilometers outside of town.
Yeah, and the section 17 that we recently did was closer in near the Jordan River.
Yeah, so this section
That's correct.
is a piece of property up near the dam. We put a section 17 on this property several years ago with the potential for a tech park.
Okay, so Cynthia, are you looking to amalgamate that whole area as a recreation reserve?
Yes.
So from the bridge all the way to the very end of the road, paved road?
No, the area is only about 35 acres. So it would be right across from the Frisbee recreation area.
Okay.
So to put it in perspective, if you know where Take It to Heart Sawmill is and Glacier House Resort, you go further up the road and there's a piece of land that's on the right-hand side and you go onto it. It's got a floodplain on it that's been just determined by the lands office. And if you go any further, you're going to the roadway that goes to the dock in behind the dam.
Okay. So the stuff that's closer in at the Jordan River, you're not looking for a reserve?
No,
Okay.
no, it's further up.
Also, well, we're, as a city, have been looking at that as making it a reserve. Is that right, Tim? That was an area that you were trying to preserve.
Yeah, we've already got that.
It's set as a recreational area?
The Jordan River area is got a section 17 on it to stop any further builds.
Yeah, we were also interested in the stuff on the other side of the road, across the paved section.
Yeah, that's private property.
Oh, I don't know what it is. I thought there was a pathway we were looking at trying
Yeah,
to.
so that's not related to the public hearing, so we won't get into that at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we're just talking about what Ms. Nurse is asking.
Okay, fair enough.
All right. Okay, thank you. Councillor Ryan, you have another question?
Yeah, could you get Mr. Simon's take on whether that was discussed at any point in this consultation with the community?
Okay, comment, Mr. Simon?
Through your worship to Councillor Ryan, not specifically that actual item. It's not something that had been brought up through the public engagement process to the best of my knowledge. To be fair, I was jumping into leading the project not until about November of last year. So there very well could have been previous conversations before my time on it. That said, I do just want to note, because I've had a chat with Director Braun about this, the wording in the OCP does note explore the feasibility of a technology park on the Section 17 lands, because that's the nature of the Section 17 right now. It's loosely worded intentionally, because if the feasibility of a technology park does not work out, as per the Section 17, then there would be potential alternative arrangements that would be made to determine what would be feasible for the lands. So I wouldn't say that the wording precludes from looking at other opportunities, but it's looking at what the nature of the Section 17 is first and foremost. And then should that not be feasible, then something else could be considered on the subject lands.
Perfect. Thank you for that, Mr. Simon. Any other comments or questions, Councillor Ryan?
Yeah, so I'm just wondering then, would that require changing the wording of the Section 17 at that point, or is it just up to interpretation?
Through your worship, we would have to look at the process with the province to see what they were accepting. We'd have to review the Section 17 itself to see how it is specifically worded. For the intent of the OCP, my view is that the wording is flexible enough, because it is, again, explore the feasibility. Well, if it's not feasible, then we'd be able to explore alternative options on there. So in my view, the wording of the OCP is adequate. But I do just want to note too, should council consider any amendments, it is section 4.5.14 of the OCP, and then it's action item 2. There was some rejigging of the section numbering from initial draft release in April and then revised draft for initial council consideration, hence the renumbering.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Simon. Any other questions from council for Mr. Simon at this point? Seeing none, Councillor Charlotte, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. It's actually for Ms. Nurse. I'm curious, I like what you're describing to us about this outdoor space. Can we understand a little bit about the timeline of the group? I know when there are grant funding and nonprofits involved, it does typically include some sort of a timeline. I'm just wondering if you can give us a bit of a history of the work you've done so far and the goals and hopes you were having for when to be able to move forward on this.
Well, thank you very much for the question. We actually had the tenure was withdrawn last September due to not being able to get through council in a timely manner. So as far as granting, there's a new round of grants coming up for the province that are coming in September. And because we don't have a place or a home To speak, I don't feel comfortable as being a director of the society looking for funding or starting any community fundraising until we have an actual place to go and say, oh, here's where we're doing, this is what we want to do. So yes, there is, to answer your question, yes, there is funding that is coming up and we'd like to get started sooner than later. And as soon as the Section 17 is done, I've already worked through the lands department. So as soon as I get as soon as the city gives us the approval to move forward on the land, then we'd be granted the tenure.
Follow up, Councillor.
And just a quick follow-up, this grant opportunity you're speaking of in September, is this an annual grant funding or is this a one-time only?
It's an annual one.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Morrison, do we have anyone new online that would like to speak regarding the OCP?
Your worship, I don't have anyone new who has joined the meeting. If anyone else would like to speak, please raise your hand virtually.
Seeing no other hands being raised, I will go back to you, Ms. Nurse, for the third and final time. Do you have any information that you would like to give to council in addition to what you've already spoken about?
Well, thank you very much, Your Worship, for this opportunity to address the hopefully the home of the Monashi Wilderness Society. I guess the only other thing that I am very concerned about is that the weekend squatters who are up there in full force in the summertime, if there's something that you're not willing to let the Monashi Society move forward, then you need to address what's happening with the land by the local squatters.
Thank you for that comment.
You're welcome.
All right, Councillor Palmer, then Councillor Elliott.
Yeah, just a question to Ms. Nurse. This land that you're suggesting an amendment to, would you consider environmentally sensitive?
Environmentally sensitive to be from the damage, what's happening at the time of the current use?
Just in general, would you consider it an environmentally sensitive area?
Actually, I do, because because the land is so clear, it needs to have more in native species to be planted to help protect it. And so right now it's quite open, and like all the mosses, and even though it's a drought resistant environment, you can see the effects of it's easily damaged. So it really needs to be have some love given to it, and there's definitely opportunities for finding funding for those types of activities.
Follow up, Councillor.
No, I'll have some comments when we get to the.
Yeah, Councillor Elliott.
Just, I think that area was, when they dragged for the dam, the remnants that came out of the riverbed were dumped there. So the sand and the silt and all that sort of stuff was left in that area. And it's just, they got the moss over the last 40 years, or the dam's been in place. But I'm wondering, for the Wilderness Society, would it not make sense to have it closer into town, like closer to the Jordan River?
To answer your question, the answer would be no, mostly because the land would be easily for us to build the forest school. There'd be no trees that would be taken down. We would be planting, not destroying the land. And it's easy enough to be assessed. And there's also a dock in behind for canoeing and everything. So it makes more sense to be further away from the city, just so that the guests and the children are further away from the environment, and they can reconnect with the earth, with Mother Earth. One of the beauty things about this land, Your Worship, through council, is that the views of the valley are just amazing, and it overlooks the dam. So the opportunity for youth to come out and understand that this is where your hydro comes from. So you put your gadgets away, you reconnect with the earth, you have your programming, and to feel the power of to see everything there helps them understand a little bit more of what's happening around them.
Right. All right. Thank you for that comment. Any further comments before I carry on, Speaker Lewis?
Maybe just one more. On a forest school, are you talking about planting a reforestation center, or what exactly are you proposing?
A forest school is a school for youth from ages 4 until 12. So it would be a school that would be that have regular programming, and it's certified through the Canadian Forest School, and it's to deliver youth programming. It would also be a resource for people who are homeschooling, and it would be an outdoor education facility for elementary and high school students within the Revelstoke area.
So question, Ms. Nurse, are we talking about there being a facility built on this land to house this school, or is
Eventually.
this the great outdoors?
It would be a small, to answer your question, Your Worship, it would be a small lodge type building which would work as a community center for programming.
Okay, thank you. I'll ask one more time for council. Any follow-up questions before I move on? Seeing none, before closing this public hearing, I shall call 3 times for any further speakers on the matters contained in the proposed bylaw. For the first time, is there anyone who wishes to make any further representations? Seeing none. For the second time, is there anyone who wishes to make any further representations? And for the third time, is there anyone who wishes to make any further representations? There being no further speakers, I declare this public hearing closed. Thank you very much for your submissions. Please note that no further comments, either written or verbal, can be received once this meeting has been closed. I will now close or ask for a motion to close the public hearing. Councillor Ryan, seconded by Councillor Charlotte. All in favor? Motion's carried. Thank you. All right, going back to our program. So I have a motion on the table to read a third time. Does someone want to propose that? Councillor Palmer.
Yeah, so I move that the official community plan bylaw number 2332 be read a third time. And I'll speak to the motion.
Is there a second for the motion, Councillor Brooks Hill? Speak to the motion, Councillor Palmer.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Sulz, and thank you to staff for all the work that's gone into this. It almost feels a little bit anticlimactic in some ways because there's been so much work and energy and expense that's gone into the document. And, you know, there's a little niggling of concern without, you know, this is the OCP major rewrite and there's no real big controversy that's happening right here. And certainly have a little bit of reservation on not the full-blown where people could speak directly. But having said that, there's been many opportunities for people to speak on the OCP many times. Certainly thank Ms. Nurse for taking the effort on one little extra little piece that maybe wasn't fully considered before. On that issue, I believe the current OCP is, as the planner suggested, is flexible enough with the current wording in section 4.5.14, West Side Road neighborhood policy, specifically point B, minimizing the impact of industrial activities in areas on surrounding residential areas. C, preserve the natural aesthetic balance with economic interests. And then specifically on the action items, partner with Indigenous communities and others. while preserving these sensitive environmental areas within the West Side Road neighborhood. So I think there is opportunity to consider these other needs. I think we were getting down more to the land use issues at the zoning level or even beyond. So I'm comfortable with that. And again, there's been lots said about the OCP, many little sections in here, many of them I'm very happy. And I think what others would not be happy is that I started to expound on all the areas that I thought were particularly good. Yeah, there is lots of them.
Great. All right. So thank you, council. I will ask if there's any of you that want to put a motion on the table that the official community plan bylaw 2332 be adopted.
We still have a motion on the table for third reading.
Oh, sorry. My apologies. So you want to speak to the third reading?
I have a question for Mr.
Yes.
Simon. I'm just curious if there was any discussion around simplifying and changing the definition of the density descriptions that concerned around, you know, that lower density description, including row housing, if that's kind of an invitation to developers to say, you know, even though this was originally pegged for single family homes, now that it's in the OCP under this stroke of low density, that it would invite that kind of conversation. Was that ever something that came up in the public consultation as a concern?
Mr. Simon?
Through your worship, Councillor Ryan, there were no specific objections that were raised with respect to the amended definitions of low, medium, and high density development. With the low density definition, it does speak towards having smaller blocks of row houses. You know, if they are adjacent to single family development, to provide a more contiguous development form. Staff are confident that the low density definition in conjunction with the form and character development permit area provisions will ensure that future development is compatible. But that is why it was flagged by staff. It is a major change, right? To start seeing duplexes and potentially small blocks of row houses in areas that are low density. From a pure planning perspective, my professional opinion is that that is low density development, and that if we do want to start to diversify our housing stock and tackle some of the challenges that Revelstoke is facing with respect to housing, we do need to open up the zoning bylaw to allow this form of development in areas where maybe it previously wasn't anticipated.
That's a good answer.
Follow-up?
Yeah. Forgot my follow-up, but I have one. One sec, it'll happen.
Okay. Any other council have comments for Mr. Simon or on the third reading?
Just a bit of enlightenment for me. The station conservation area, what area is that?
Mr. Simon?
Through your worship, it is a awkward shaped area. It starts at 3rd Street and extends all the way until, I want to say, 8th. Map 6 in the draft OCP has the actual area blown up in there. It's not being changed from what it currently exists as, but the city is in the process of completing the heritage management plan, and that management plan will look at whether or not that area needs to be expanded, whether or not a new area needs to be developed. But there are no changes from the boundaries as they currently exist proposed in the OCP before council today.
So the stipulations that pertain to that are under the mandate of the Heritage Conservation or Committee. Is that what I did?
Through your worship, without getting into too many technical details, there are certain applications in the heritage area that can be decided upon by staff. And then there are certain applications that go to the Heritage Committee and then would go to council for final consideration. And that is not changing with this OCP.
The scenic corridor designation, is that aspirational? Is that what we hope to put in place, or is it actual? Because I mean, we've got Highway 23 north, south, Victoria Street, the entryway, the east entry. They're not glamorous or not very scenic in many ways. I just wonder if we're being grandiose or not real in what it actually is.
It may be subjective, but
That's right. It could be my perspective.
Simon.
So through your worship to Councillor Elliott, the scenic corridor in the proposed OCP before you is actually envisioned to be refined a little bit more specifically. So it would follow Townley as it's making its way to the resort, connecting across the bridge and then along Nickel. And it would also follow Victoria as it goes along and crosses the 4th Street Bridge and then continues down Airport Way all the way to Nickel Road. So we're trying to centralize the scenic corridor area so that it's the gateway as people are coming into the main corridors and traveling to, the destination, which could potentially be the resort or could be downtown Revelstoke, to try and get some continuity in design. And one of the things I'll note with this OCP compared to the current OCP has the scenic corridor as a static mapped area. The proposed OCP, these would be additional guidelines above and beyond the proposed development permit area guidelines, depending on the nature of development. So if you're proposing an apartment building along Victoria Road, for instance, you would have to abide by the multifamily and mixed use development permit area guidelines, as well as the scenic corridor. If you're in Arrow Heights and you're proposing row housing, then you would just abide by the multifamily development permit area guidelines. So the scenic corridor sits on top as a layer to get that continuity in development.
I just know in the past, we've had scenic corridor discussions on the industrial park and over on Highway 23 south up by the garage and the warehouses are up there. And I'm just wondering, is that simplified? And we're putting a development permit on all of our scenic corridor projects.
Yep.
Are we overcomplicating things?
So through your worship, the scenic corridor with the draft OCP would not extend to Highway 23 North or Highway 23 South. They would simply need to abide by the commercial or industrial or multifamily mixed use development permit area considerations.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay. All right, any further comment?
Yeah.
Councillor Ryan, your follow-up.
Yes. So even though there's the broader description of low density, there's still going to be requirements for rezoning if there is, okay, perfect. And then it would just mean that it's more consistent with the updated OCP and therefore easier to justify slightly higher density or, as you mentioned, more diversity in the types of housing.
So through your worship, generally, if someone comes to the counter and says, what can I do with my land? I want to rezone. The first thing that planners look to is that land use strategy. Does not by any means mean that that's the only factor that's going to be considered. There's still going to be general land use policies. There's still going to be neighborhood specific policies that need to abide by, housing policies, environmental policies. But that land use, in a sense, says this is generally speaking, as long as you can, dot your I's and cross your T's and address technical items, address other provisions, make sure it's compatible with the neighborhood. Generally speaking, this is what could be supported through a rezoning process.
And then my last question is, do you anticipate that this change, once the new OCP gets adopted, will encourage people to come forward to have their properties rezoned to allow for this higher densification?
Through your worship, that would be the intent of a land use strategy like this, to address some of the housing challenges that the city is currently facing from a planning perspective. There are concerns with the blanket zoning that was placed in areas in the city to permit single family development. Single family development is very easy for developers to come in, chop up the land, leave and sell the lots. It's the quickest and easiest way to make money and then move on. We want to see different development projects to address the housing needs and provide a continuum of housing. And the hope is that this land use strategy would incentivize that so that people don't have to do an OCP amendment to build a block of 3 row houses within a single family neighborhood.
Gotcha. Thanks.
All right, I'll ask one last time. Any further comments on third reading? Councillor Brooksville.
So a general comment, I'm very happy with the OCP overall. As Councillor Palmer says, there's a number of very small details to talk about, but and I could go through the list of the things I'm happy with. Just to address Ms. Nurse's comments about I lost it, but the West Side Road, that section 17 lands. To me, and this is, if she's still here, a comment to her, it seems more like she needs to be trying to address that section 17 itself rather than the OCP designation. And Mr. Matusi's nodding his head, so I'm quite happy with that section as it is, because Mr. Simon's correct that it gives as much flexibility as is possible with the current section 17's agreements with the province. So I'm fully in support of third reading.
Great. Any comments, Mr. Matthews?
No, I think that, as council's picked up on, it's kind of a separate issue. And I think the OCP really is a broad document. It really isn't the time to decide the future use of a specific land for a specific group. I think that can come back to council and get a report and what are some of the implications. So I think there's enough there that doesn't preclude that from happening, right? But this is probably not the best place to get that detail.
Good. I appreciate that. Okay, I will, Councilor Ron.
My only concern is that if the current wording, and I can't, for some reason I can't get it up on my iPad, but would it discourage the applicant from saying, yeah, the OCP is in line with it? Like, it's flexible, but it's not explicit. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, if there's a few really small words that we can change. Thanks.
So the section 17 would have to be dealt with first before anything further happens, but it still allows to look at options if we wanted to find different options for that piece of property.
Then in that case, though, why wouldn't we just remove the words a potential technology park? Because that's defined under section 17, right?
Well, now we're getting down into the little nitty gritty.
No, I think it's the opposite. It's keeping it even more broad.
Okay, comment?
One of the problems you're going to have goes back to sense of fairness to everyone else, because if you change the wording, you have the right to do it. And if you change the wording now, there may be, in this particular case, there may not, but somebody out there may say, well, I didn't actually, I liked what was there. If you're going to change the wording and amend it, maybe we have to hear it again, because then I should have my right to come and speak to it. So in my, trying to get the OCP through, I would suggest that it is. Council can always come back, look at that particular item and to it. If you change it, it may cause more technical problems from a processing point of view, as people have a right to speak to now something you're changing that they may not have anticipated being changed. Often when you change things at this stage, it's because somebody has already said, I don't want this in the plan, or you're changing my property to something, or you have a policy I dislike, and it's already a matter of the public record, and now council could decide to do it or not. So I would just caution council about changing that wording at this point in time.
Great, appreciate that, Councilor Plum.
Yeah, just further to that, the wording in the OCP that's before us is explore the feasibility of developing a potential technology park on the section 17 lands adjacent to the West Side Road, including but not limited to the servicing constraints. I think it's that this is important in that this has been an outstanding issue for well over a decade, maybe a couple decades, and it's exploring the feasibility. Maybe the answer is once that feasibility is explored, it's saying we need to move on away from that because we've transitioned. So I think it actually provides a little element to really seriously look at that land and say, okay, what's the right thing? Is this technology park, this great idea of a couple decades ago, is it still a great idea or not? And because if the answer is no, there's better uses in that area, then this will create that opportunity. So I think it's not inconsistent with that.
Who does that? Like is that the onus on the city to do that? Like, that's not going to be a priority.
So if I may, through the mayor, so this is the action plan. So this is the action plan within the OCP. So it's going to be on council, all these action items all the way through here, which Mr. Simons talked about is, okay, there's all these action things. And this is one of them. In the plan of that, I guess, is the next question that we'll need to address once this is adopted.
Okay, all right. So Councillor Chalette has a comment, and then Ms. Braun, you have a statement. Councillor Chalette.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to say that this OCP process has been a real joy to watch go through. It has been very thorough, and as much as we're having quite a bit of discussion today about some fine tuning and what's next, and discussing something that might not yet have been considered, it does speak to the importance of that implementation plan, as Councillor Palmer referred to, that's where the magic is going to happen. And I really appreciate that there has been put in place, as long as we adopt it as part of the policy, that we will be reviewing this every year and looking at progress and shifting the sails, as they say, to adjust as needed so that we can move forward. I appreciate that Ms. Nurse brought this information to our attention so that it does help prioritize this work in the OCP, because I think that's going to be where the next council really gets to apply their thoughts and priorities on behalf of the community. Is what do we start with first? Because we won't be able to do it all right away, but if there is some good work waiting to happen, then as Councillor Palmer said, let's get on with it and take a look at this Section 17, take a look at the tech part, do a proper assessment of modern constraints, and then move on. I think there's enough room in the implementation plan to adjust going forward so that we can consider other ideas like this for our community as we grow. But the important parts, the neighborhood policies, the housing density conversation, the Indigenous reconciliation, and so much more in this document are going to be really powerful for all of our community, not just the government, us, but also our other societies and partners in the community to really be able to improve our shared quality of life and really make that supportive, vibrant community happen.
Great, thank you for your comment. Ms. Braun, brief comment?
Just a couple of brief comments through your worship. Yes, our Department of Community Economic Development has inherited the Section 17, I guess, aspirations of the previous staff that ran this department. And there is some correct assumptions, and that technology has changed. We have shifted the initial funding that would have supported that feasibility study towards building our fabrication lab makerspace here on site, recognizing that some constraints such as servicing that land so far from town is a major barrier to development. I think the initial pursuit of that designation was to look at possibly being able to access energy through the dam itself and look at a server farm or something of that sort. And this is a decade or more ago, so I can't speak directly to that, but I agree that the designation as it currently stands gives us the flexibility to ascertain that feasibility isn't really there potentially, and to look at higher and better uses for the property. And certainly as part of our larger backcountry recreation access planning process with the CSRD and adjacent trail tenures, there's going to be a very robust discussion over the next year or two on how we look at potential uses for that land and the Jordan River adjacent area that's been designated as well as sensitive and protected. This will be an ongoing discussion. It's on our table right now. There's been lots of conversations with Indigenous partners and other recreation groups about how to develop that entire area. So the OCP as it stands now, short of that actual planning process being completed, I think does give us flexibility to do that.
Great. All right. Thank you, Ms. Braun. All right, we are down to calling the question. So I will call the question on reading the official community plan for a third time. All those in favor? Note that this OCP has been passed third reading unanimously. So now I will put a motion on the table that the official community plan bylaw number 2332 be adopted. Does someone want to second that? Councillor Ryan. I'd like to speak to that. I am quite content with this being a community OCP. Definitely the engagement process, the focus group, the work the staff has put in, and the countless hours that council has researched what has been put into this makes this a really holistic OCP. And something that's a live document. So I'm very supportive of this moving forward, and extremely appreciative of all those who weighed in, who played a part, and brought us to this point in time. So any further comments from council? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor of adopting, note that the OCP has been adopted unanimously, and I apologize for my emotion. Just so great to see this. Thank you. Thank you, staff, and thank you to the focus group and to the community. All right, we are going to move on to our second public hearing of the day.
So, Mayor Sulz, can I just take a...
Yes, we'll actually take we're going to take a 5-minute recess here. So if you can put that notice up, Ms. Russo.
Yes, Your Worship.
Thank you.
No. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Yeah, this probably.
Oh, stop.
The room isn't muted, you guys.
You, Thank you. Mr. Rousseau, we have all the council back, so I'd like to re-engage and start again, please. Okay, so those of you who are in the gallery, we are going to start our second public hearing of the day. Again, this is electronically. No one in the gallery will be able to speak to any of the issues. So we'd like you to just pay attention and watch, but there'll be no engagement from anyone in this room. All right, so we're going on to item 5C, public hearing for zoning amendment bylaw number 2335, 2080 Uplands Road and 3000 Mountain Gate Road, Selkirk Land and Cattle Company, Kara McElhanney. This is being held electronically. Mr. Simon, do you have a presentation, or is there anyone here that will do a presentation?
To your worship, yes, I do have a brief presentation, should council wish to see one.
Yes, please.
Okay. Again, if there's any issues with me sharing my screen, please let me know and just interrupt me and tell me that it stopped working.
It's up and running now, Mr. Simon.
Thank you. So the proposed application that is the subject of today's public hearing is a rezoning to facilitate both single detached and multi-unit residential development. As indicated, it's located at 2080 Uplands Road and 3000 Mountain Gate Road. So a little bit of background on the property here. So again, it's a rezoning of the subject lands, or a portion of the subject lands rather, to R1, which is the single family residential district, as well as a portion to R3, being the medium density residential district. So you can see from the diagram here on the left, the portion in orange is going from rural residential to medium density residential. The portion in beige is going from rural residential to single family residential. And then the portion in pink, again, is going from single family residential to medium density residential. The subject properties hold the resort land use designation, which allows for resort lands outside the court to be developed for residential purposes. The applicant has undertaken prior community consultation in advance of finalizing their development concept and in advance of the public hearing process, with a landowner letter being sent out to people within a 300 to 500 meter radius and hosting of an online virtual engagement event to which staff were present for. So some details of the proposal. So the applicant has approved preliminary layout review for phase 1 subdivision. So a PLR is a set of conditions that need to be satisfied prior to allowing for subdivision. So you can see the area in red. This is what would constitute phase 1 to allow for 8 single detached lots to be created for single family homes. Phase 2, another 10 single detached lots are proposed with row houses. So you can see the 10 lots in yellow for single detached development. And then in orange here, proposed lot 9 would allow for a maximum under the max density of the R3 zone of 19 row house units. The row houses are proposed to be broken up into smaller blocks to integrate with the adjacent area with up to 4 units per block. Short-term rental would not be permitted in the development in accordance with the requirements of the zoning bylaw. The lands would be fully serviced, with sewer being extended as part of phase 1 development and extension of Mountain Gate Road. The property does contain some substantial steep slopes, as you can see in green here, and approximately 5.39 acres of the proposed development area would be maintained as open space free from development due to the steep slopes. Given these slopes, careful selection of building envelopes is required to ensure that cut and fill is minimized and maximum retention of vegetation is maintained to ensure that impacts on the hillside are minimized. So this is a proposed rendering to show how the development could be integrated with the steep slopes that are present on the subject lands. This is an overview of the whole area that is owned by the current landowner. So you can see red is phase 1 and 2 lands. You can see Uplands Road, Mountain Gates Road, and Egress Road. This would be phase 1 and 2. You can see, and again, this is not a fully fleshed out concept, but it does show at a high level the potential development pockets that are feasible. So you can see how it would open up access to other lands that hold the resort land use designation for future cluster development. So staff have completed an evaluation against the land use provisions as contained within the OCP and are supportive of the proposed application. It provides for a variety of housing forms. The proposed parcels are large enough to accommodate the intended use. Access to adjacent roadways has been demonstrated. Developing the lands in a manner that works with the existing topography to minimize cut and fill. It integrates with the surrounding neighborhood by providing a transition of land uses with single detached immediately adjacent to the existing development on Mountain Gate Road. And then as you continue up the slope, we move into the row house type development. And then the sensitive areas will be maintained free from development. And lastly, the proposed development does align with the resort land use designation as described in section 14.22 of the OCP. So the staff recommendation at the conclusion of the public hearing would be to grant third reading and to consider adoption. Should council direct staff to pursue changes, the recommendation would be to not proceed to third reading at that time. Thank you. This concludes my presentation.
Councillor Palmer has a question and the mayor has a question.
Mr. Simons, so we've just adopted the OCP. So in your presentation, you're referring to the former OCP, is that correct? I know it's a little technical glitch there, maybe.
Through your worship, yes, that is correct. The timing of these things never presents a very clear path forward. Staff were obviously not aware that the OCP was going to be adopted today in its new form. It would be my view that the proposed development does align with the land use designation and the associated policies as contained within the proposed OCP, as well as the previous, or with the current OCP, as well as the previous OCP, I should say now. But this is one of those things where, depending on what stage of the application process you're at, when new bylaws are adopted, a determination needs to be made that's fair and equitable to ensure that there's some certainty for applicants going through the process so that they know what they're going to be evaluated against.
Follow-up, Councillor?
Yeah, follow-up question then. So it would seem to me that it would be prudent to ensure all those things you said, and I suspect they're consistent with the, as you said, consistent with the current OCP, but have we reviewed it from that lens, this application from that lens?
Through your worship, because the current OCP was not adopted until today, the proposed application was evaluated against the policies that existed at the time that it was submitted and at the time that the staff report was prepared to bring to council. Generally speaking, when a new bylaw is adopted, there is some allowances provided for ensuring a pragmatic transition to not be trying to apply an existing bylaw as well as a potential future bylaw that may or may not be adopted against the application.
Then just from your perspective, is there anything that would of the current application that might be inconsistent with the current OCP? That from your perspective, from what you know?
Through your worship, no, because the main portion of this property does fall under the resort neighborhood, even though it's immediately abutting the Arrow Heights neighborhood. It does fall under the resort neighborhood, and there were very minimal changes that were made, if any, actually, to the resort area as part of the update to the OCP. So the policies that it would be evaluated against, as contained within Appendix 3 of the OCP, the Revelstoke Mountain Resort Development Guidelines, would still be used in the same manner to evaluate applications within the resort neighborhood.
Mayor Sulz and Council, I was not here for that portion of the meeting when the first and second reading was, because I had a bad connection at the time. So thank you for your patience and just a couple of questions. I think one last question then. This higher density, in your opinion, is it, so with the new OCP, we are looking at higher densities. We talked about that a little bit earlier on. And from your perspective, is this consistent with those increased densities? We talked about that.
Through your worship, the land use designation under the OCP that was just adopted for these lands, there would be a very, very small portion on the west side. I can pull it up here. It'll be easier to show you. There's a very, very small portion that would fall under the low density land use designation, this area in orange here. And then this area here, kind of, you can see lot 10, 11, 12, it's all split down the middle. Everything to the east falls under the resort land use designation, which is suitable under the previous OCP and the existing OCP. And then everything to the west would fall under the low density residential land use designation, which again is still suitable under the previous and the existing OCP. So staff do feel that it still would be consistent with that land use strategy. But I will note that there's a portion that's going to medium density residential under the zoning bylaw, and that does highlight the conflict that currently exists between the city zoning bylaw and the OCP that was just adopted. So the zoning bylaw in the future will need to be amended with the residential zones to ensure that it aligns with the OCP that was just adopted by council.
Thanks. All right. Councilor Elliott, you have a question before I speak?
The development on that side of the city is increasing significantly over, and the following presentation or open house will address another element there. But I guess the traffic assessment, how rigorous or how adequate is our traffic network to support all this?
Through your worship to Councillor Elliott, I would have to defer to Director Black, who I believe has just jumped on. He is much better suited to answer that question.
So Mr. Black, do you want to weigh in on the question? And then I'm going to ask about connectivity with the roadways. So Mr. Black, comment?
Thank you, Your Worship. As council may recall at the presentation regarding the construction of the roundabout at Mackenzie Village, the future Camosi realignment and Nickel, the development of that traffic circle roundabout was developed based upon the complete development of all the remaining parcels at that end of town, which includes the sawmill, the gun club, this parcel, Stoke Living, and the build out of the resort and Mackenzie Village. And so as part of that review, all of the potential traffic impacts were considered, and the traffic circle at that location will function through the build out of the community in that end of town based upon the existing master development plans and development agreements already in place. And so the net impact of this project has already been considered comprehensively as part of that evaluation a year ago. And so the impact of this additional, I'm sorry, Paul, it's about approximately 20 single family units will be negligible in the big picture for the near future.
Thank you.
Follow up?
No.
So Mr. Black, Mr. Simon, just in looking at the map that you were sharing, Mr. Simon, to connect to this new subdivision, are we using all three roads? Will they eventually be connected up? So Uplands, Mountain Gate, and Egress all have some sort of connection to the subdivision, or just one?
To your worship and all of council, the current proposal for phase 1 and 2 lands, and here I can share this item again with the potential long-term development concept. Phase 1 and 2 would just be Uplands Road, or sorry, Mountain Gate Road. That's my mistake. In the future, there is a possible connection to Egress Road, but to allow future development here, it will take more robust technical analysis. It will also take more consultation with adjacent landowners who, I believe, to ultimately connect to Egress, there needs to be a right-of-way provided through a separate private property owner's lot. But with phase 1 and 2, and with the application that's before council today, it is just Mountain Gate Road that would be used to access the proposed development.
Great, thanks for the clarity. I appreciate that, Mr. Simon. All right, any other questions from council before we start the public hearing? Councilor Ryan.
Public hearing, and then it goes to, we're gonna do third reading, is that right?
Okay,
Okay, yeah, I'll wait.
all right. So I would like to start the public hearing. So this public hearing is being convened pursuant to Section 464 of the Local Government Act. At this public hearing, the public will be allowed to make representations to council, and all persons present who believe their interests are affected by the proposed bylaw shall be given the opportunity to address council or to present written submission respecting matters contained in the proposed bylaw. Those of you who wish to speak concerning this proposed bylaw should commence your address to council by clearly stating your name and address. Then you may give us the benefit of your views concerning the proposed bylaw. A speakers list has been established. Please observe the rules, and if you have any concerns with the manner in which the hearing is conducted, direct your comments to myself, the chair. Members of council may, if they wish, ask questions of you following your presentation. However, the main function of council members today is to listen to the views of the public. It is not the function of council at this public hearing to debate the merits of the proposed bylaw with individual citizens. Everyone shall be given a reasonable opportunity to be heard at this meeting. No one will be or should feel discouraged or prevented from making his or her views heard. In considering the proposed bylaw, council has received documents which may influence its decision. These documents are available for review in a binder located in the Development Services Department or alternatively on the city's website under Find Council Documents and choose today's meeting date. Before we begin, may I have the corporate officer confirm that all due process was followed according to the Local Government Act?
All due process was followed, Your Worship, according to the Local Government Act.
Thank you, Ms. Floyd. A pre-registered list has been established. Each speaker's initial presentation will be limited to 3 minutes, provided the comments are relevant to the issues at hand and the hearing is not being obstructed. This initial time limit is to allow everyone a fair opportunity to address council respecting the proposed bylaw amendment. After everyone on the speakers list has spoken once, speakers will be allowed a supplementary 2-minute presentation, which will be limited to additional comments to what was previously presented so that everyone that wishes to speak may. Should you wish to provide council with new comments, raise your virtual hand and the mayor will call upon you until all participants have had a chance to speak. In your supplementary presentation, please do not repeat the comments made in your initial presentation. After everyone on the speakers list has had the opportunity to speak twice, speakers will be allowed a third 2-minute presentation, which will be limited to additional comments to what was previously presented so that everyone that wishes to speak may. Should you wish to provide council with new comments, raise your virtual hand and the mayor will call upon each of you until all participants have had a chance to speak. So, Mr. Morrison, I have my speakers list in hand. I will start with the top of the list and we will see if these people are present in the gallery. So starting with the first name, Alex Sosnowski.
Alex is not present, Your Worship.
Right. So we're going to go to number 2, Nancy G.
And Nancy did not rejoin the meeting.
All right. Catherine Watanabe.
Catherine is not present.
Mark Thomas Dupuis.
Mark is not present.
Ruben Lee.
Ruben is present.
All right. Ruben, if you would like to speak, please give us your name and your civic address, please, before speaking.
Your Worship, my name is Ruben Lee. I'm the registered professional planner at McElhanney. Our office is located at 2281 Hunter Road in Kelowna. And I'm the agent for the proposed application. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. I will go on. Julia Severite.
I do believe Julia is here.
Julia, would you like to speak? And if so, could you give us your full name and civic address, please?
It's actually Robert Pawatic who will be speaking, and we are at 2950 Camosi Road, Suite 1416, I should say, and we both are in that unit, but Robert's going to speak on my behalf.
Great, thank you, Julia. Robert, go ahead.
Thank you,
3 minutes.
Really, the only thing I would speak to is affordability. It's the hottest topic in Canada, as we all know, and I know the city is working as much as they can toward that issue, as have Selkirk. And my idea of precluding vacation rental seems to be pretty desirable. We have about 5 or 7 people that have been waiting for lots. Every single one of them is a homeowner in Revelstoke today. Every single one of them is interested in buying. One of the major reasons is no vacation rentals. Across Canada, enforceability is the biggest issue. The cities and towns don't want to get into the business inspecting everybody's house and trying to keep track of the traffic in the middle of the night and stuff like that. So I've come up with my own little invention, and we have top-notch municipal lawyers, strictly municipal lawyers in Vancouver. And the idea is that everyone who buys into this neighborhood, and not the existing neighborhood, but the new one, will have a prohibition against vacation rentals in any form. Sure. And the penalties have to be huge. So if you transgress, it's $100,000. It's not a slap on the wrist, but the enforcement is handled by everyone else who lives in that neighborhood. And any one of the neighborhood owners can blow the whistle, and the fine or penalty, if there is one, doesn't go to the developer. I am directing it rather to the housing society in Revelstoke. And so it's a neighborhood watch, if you will, the people who are most interested in protecting your neighborhood from vacation rental. This idea of the density ties into it, because if you have suites and carriage houses, yes, they're expensive to build, but more than offsets the rent. It offsets the mortgage costs you can get a bigger mortgage, basically. And it's that diversity of housing. We need rental units that are small, affordable, and that's where lock-offs and carriage houses come in. And by keeping it out of the hands of the vacation renters, that can be then available, it's forced to be available for people that are coming for at least a season or more than 1 year. And so we're going to work out the details legally, but that's where we're going. We won't have vacation rental. Thank you for your consideration.
Great, thank you, Mr. Poirier. Moving on to Lee Peltz. Lee in online.
Your Worship, Lee is here.
Lee, if you'd give us the benefit of your full name and civic address, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. My name is Lee Peltz. I am the civil engineer with McElhanney working on this project. My work civic address is 290 Nanaimo Avenue West in Penticton.
Great. Thank you, Lee. Any further comments, Lee?
No, I will allow Ruben to take point should there be any comments from this side of the table.
Great. We're going to move on, Mr. Morrison. Matthew Valade. My apologies if I'm not pronouncing the name correct.
Matthew is not present, Your Worship.
Okay, moving on to the last name on my list, Brad Alenko.
And Brad is present.
All right, Brad, would you like to give us your full name and civic address, please?
Thank you, Mr. Worship. Again, I'm with the McElhanney Group, supporting Ruben and Lee, and I don't actually have any comments, further comments to add at this point.
Thank you, appreciate that. Seeing I've reached the end of my list, Mr. Morrison, is there anyone online that's not registered that would like to speak?
We do have one name. Thomas is in chat as well. If you would like to speak, please raise your virtual hand and I will ask you to unmute.
So Thomas, if you could give us the benefit of your full name and civic address, and then you can speak to council.
Thomas Kent, 215B Mackenzie Avenue, Revelstoke.
Okay, Mr. Kent, you're welcome to speak.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that I fully support this. I only noticed it in through a total fluke this week or late last week, and I think it's good planning and it should be supported. That's all I have to say.
Great, thank you for your comments. Mr. Morrison, I'm going to go back to the top of the list. Alex Sosnoskowski. Is Alex now with us?
Alex is not with us.
All right. Nancy G.
Nancy is not present.
Catherine Watanabe.
Catherine is not present.
Mark Thomas Dupuis.
Is not present.
I'll go back. Mr. Lee, do you want to make any comment at this point?
Yes, yes, Your Worship.
Please.
Thank you for the opportunity. I'll keep my speaking short. I want to thank the city staff for their time and effort. It has been a very smooth process working with planning and engineering staff. Mr. Simon has covered most of my speaking points in his great presentation. I just wanted to add a few additional notes to the application for your consideration. Based on our review of the draft, now as official new OCP, it's our opinion that the proposed development is consistent with the existing and the new OCP policies. Our team conducted a series of consultation activities with 59 neighboring properties in the resort land and Arrowhead neighborhoods. In summary, we received more positive written comments from residents who supported the development. There are approximately 12 property owners, including people who may not live in the neighborhood currently, have submitted their feedback and were against the development. The 12 property owners account for approximately 20% of the 59 property owners. So in this case, the majority of the neighboring property owners decided not to provide their opinions on the proposed development. The team also discussed the concerns received from those owners with city staff. We also addressed their concerns in the consultation report. We shared the report with all of the participating residents. No further feedback was received after that. I just wanted, Mr. Black has covered on the transportation topic. I just wanted to point it out, the traffic impact study we submitted indicated that only one additional vehicle would be on the road every 2 to 3 minutes during peak hours due to the proposed development. Our engineer believes that the increased traffic would have a negligible impact on the existing road networks. The developer will work with the city and the community to prepare a more robust master plan for the adjacent 100-acre resort lands they own that would address several topics, including land use, servicing open space, parks and trails, road network, active transportation, and that secondary vehicular access to the area will be studied. So the owner will work with the city and residents to look at different options to make sure there will be a connected road networks. Finally, this development will benefit the Revelstoke community, including existing and new residents in the Resortlands neighborhood, such as housing diversity, affordability, long-term rental options, sustainable infrastructure, and cost-effective sanitary sewer services. So the proposed development aligns with Council's strategic priorities in our opinion. this concludes my presentation. My apologies for going over the time. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Appreciate your comments. I will go back to Mr. Morrison. Do we have anyone new online that would like to speak?
Your Worship, there's nobody new who has joined.
All right, thank you. I will now continue the list. So Mr. Pawadiak, would you like to speak a second time? I'll ask again, Mr. Pawadiak, would you like to speak a second time for an additional 2 minutes?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm not that technically advanced. Sorry for the delay. But
okay.
No, I've said my piece, and we do appreciate the efforts that the staff have gone to try and come up with the best possible plan that we could in concert. And thank you.
All right, thank you. I will come back to you, Mr. Peltz. Would you like to speak or say anything further? In addition, Mr. Lee?
No, thank you, Your Worship.
All right. Moving on to Mr. Blade. Would you like to speak? Is he here now, Mr. Morrison?
No, Your Worship, he is not.
Okay. And Mr. Lenko, would you like to speak anything further from what Mr. Lee has stated?
No, Your Worship, that's fine.
Great. All right. I am at the end of my speakers list. None of the other people have come back on. Is that correct? I'll go to you in a moment, Councillor Ryan. Mr. Morrison?
No, nobody. We just had Thomas Kent was also on the list added on at the end there.
All right. Now, Councillor Ryan, do you have a comment or
question for Mr. Pawadiak? In one of the letters we received, it said that the city or that the developer was asked by the city staff to include the higher density townhouses. I just want to confirm from them if that was what happened.
Go ahead, Mr. Pawadiak.
I didn't follow the question exactly, but the city staff asked us to include townhouses. Is that the answer?
Yeah, so they were the ones who initiated the discussion on increasing density?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. Any other questions, Councillor Palmer, then Councillor Elliott?
Yeah, so question through to McElhanney, I think Mr. Lee, on the, and possibly to Mr. Simon. So the future development, which is tied, but it's not what we're addressing necessarily, but there's impact in the future.
Right.
And so I just looking at egress, not egress road, but egress, because it's a fairly large area. So just concerns about, future development. Are we confident that we've left adequate opportunity for egress? Because that would be important on the steep slopes there, wildfire interface areas. Just wondering if that's been addressed. And maybe just the second part to that is to Mr. Simon as to whether the fire department looked at that.
Yeah. All right, Mr. Lee, comment from you before I go to Mr. Simon.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through Your Worship to Councillor. The application package has been reviewed by city's internal multi-department subject matter experts. I'll leave it to Mr. Simon to comment more on that. But it's in our opinion, given the proposed density would not have a significant negative impact on the egress area in terms of wildfire and some other concerns. One of the community benefits we propose for the application is using fire smart technology and principles for the future developments. So we will make sure we apply that principle when this proposal gets developed. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Mr. Simon, comments regarding Councillor Palmer's question?
Through your worship to Councillor Palmer, so the rezoning application was referred internally to the city's fire department. No comments were received that outlined any specific concerns with respect to the proposal. With respect to the future developability and looking at, connecting to Egress Road, I think what phase 1 and 2 does is gets the development up the start of the hill. And as you can see from the future development concept that was provided by the applicant, there are quite a lot of clusters that could be suitable for future development in accordance with that resort land use strategy. And it would show the need for more robust master comprehensive technical analysis to identify specific alignments for road network, sewer, water. But this shows that there is a concept that could potentially be feasible, although additional technical items would need to be confirmed before any future rezoning application would be brought forward for consideration.
Follow up, Council.
Yeah, so just what I'm hearing is it's not been proven out, so any risk of future development up the hill will be subject to whatever engineering requires at the time. And since that's not the issue that's directly before us, that's at risk of the developer of whatever infrastructure might need to be built in the future.
Through your worship, the feasibility of the proposal for the current rezoning application as presented to council today has been demonstrated by the applicant to the satisfaction of staff, but the future development concept was provided for more reference purpose to show how future development could potentially unfold, but most certainly more comprehensive analysis in order for staff to get behind supporting future rezoning proposals would be needed to prove out that future development concept.
So just then for clarity, then by approving this rezoning application, we are in no way, the city is in no way inferring any kind of guarantee the future potential of development further up the hill.
Through your worship, that would be correct. There would still be numerous items that would need to be confirmed with a future rezoning application that would come before council and again be subject to a public hearing.
All right, thank you.
All right, any other, Councillor Ellington, do you have a question?
Just a quick question. The vacation rental issue, would this development, does that fit into the, we just had a referendum on vacation rentals and we designated 59 or 60 homes, areas that are approved for vacation rentals. I know Mr. Pawliak suggested that they're going to have self-policing, but is it necessary?
Through your worship, the hope of planning staff is that self-policing would not be necessary because we are going to be instituting a robust enforcement approach that's both proactive and reactive in accordance with the policy that was adopted by council back in, I want to say April for short-term rentals, which will become effective September 1st of this year.
So this isn't one of those fringe areas that we approved or are allowing vacation rentals?
Through your worship, no. This area is not permitted for short-term rentals in accordance with the zoning bylaw requirements. If the developer chooses to put something above and beyond on title to further notify applicants, staff don't have any concerns with that. That helps enforce the requirements of the zoning bylaw or notify owners of those requirements.
Just one more thing. And the future development beyond what's proposed here, is there a connectivity to Mountain Road at the resort?
Through your worship, there is a connection that goes south and it's identified in the staff report as potential connection to lands beyond. There would still need to be more comprehensive analysis, coordination with the resort, as well as any other landowners that are present there to determine what the appetite would be for that type of master comprehensive planning and coordination.
Just for background, I think there is a pathway along above the proposed golf course that goes right to Mountain Road. So there is another exit out of that area rather than the congestion point on Hay Road. Future possibility anyway.
Yeah, and that's something that will have to be looked at as it moves along. Councillor Palmer, you have a follow-up?
I'll leave it for the motion once it gets there.
All right. Any other comments from council? All right, so before closing this public hearing, I shall call 3 times for any further speakers on any of the matters contained in the proposed bylaw. For the first time, is there anyone who wishes to make any further representations? For the second time, is there anyone who wishes to make any further representations? And for the third time, is there anyone who wishes to make any further representations? There being no further speakers, I declare this public hearing closed. Thank you very much for your submissions. Please note that no further comments, either written or verbal, can be received once this meeting has been closed. I will now call for a motion to close the public hearing. Someone want to make the motion? Councillor Elliott, seconded by Councillor Charlotte. All those in favor? Motion is carried. This public hearing is closed. There is a couple of motions on the table in your package. If someone wants to put any of them on the table, I will entertain that. Councillor Elliott.
That zoning amendment bylaw number 2335 be read at their time.
Seconder for the motion, please. Councillor Brooks Hill. Discussion on the motion. Councillor Ryan, Councillor Brooks Hill, and Councillor Palmer.
Is this the slope that we had stability issues with, like
No.
last week? just nearby though.
Okay.
Okay. And then in terms of the cost to extend the sewer up there, does the city have to do that? Like, I just don't know how that stuff works. Is that the responsibility of the city?
Mr. Simon?
Through your worship, and Mr. Black can correct me if I'm wrong, but generally speaking, at subdivision stage, an applicant would enter into a works and services agreement. They would pay for the cost of extending the sewer. They would also bond for it. Once it's completed up to city standards, then the city would take over operation and control of that system. But it would be the responsibility of the developer to do the initial construction. And should any of it be located on lands that are strata, roadways, sometimes pipes, then that would be the responsibility of the strata for the long-term operation and maintenance.
And does it make it more challenging to maintain because it's on a hill, or just challenging to put in?
Through your worship, I would have to defer to Mr. Black for that to determine whether or not there's impacts long-term to operating and maintenance costs if it's located on a hill.
Mr. Black.
Through your worship to Councillor Ryan, the typical costs for construction in this area will be greater than on flat, sandy soils, which we would find in the valley bottom. So it will be more expensive to construct, but as Planner Simon indicated, it's the costs are all borne by the proponent. And so his engineer will then certify that the construction has been done under or to our master municipal specifications. And once he's signed off on that, then a maintenance period begins. And should there not be any problems for 1 year after construction, which is typically when you would see issues come up, then the city would then take over the operations and maintenance of those pipes for the long term. And so again, no cost to the city for this, and the costs are all borne by the developer.
Thanks.
Councillor Brooks Hill.
I have a couple of questions. The green space that is being left is essentially the steep slopes. I'm just wondering at subdivision, who is the city taking over ownership of those green spaces, or is that remaining with the developer?
Through your worship, that will be remaining with the developer. It's likely that you'll see some type of covenant that will be placed on there to prohibit future development, but it would be maintained free from development due to the topography there.
So my second question, there was some of the public comments referred to fire smart or wildfire fuel mitigation. I'm just wondering, you know, given these steep slopes and the forest there gets quite dry, the likelihood of there being an interface fire there, I would say, is greater than other areas of the city. I'm just wondering if at subdivision that's something that could be a requirement, some kind of wildfire fuel mitigation, or would that be something at rezoning, or not sure.
Mr. Simon, I'll go to you, but Mr. Lee is here and spoke about Fire Smart earlier. So Mr. Simon, comment first, please.
Through your worship, if there is an item that's required by the approving officer in accordance with the Land Title Act, there could be something that would be placed on there. Generally speaking, what you would see, and this is an item that's in the OCP that was just adopted by council, is to explore the feasibility of developing a wildfire development permit area. And then the applicant would require a development permit that would include different specifications to be more of a wildfire or a fire smart community out there. And that development permit area would ultimately identify those high risk areas. So in terms of the ability to apply something at subdivision, we may not have as much policy backing as we would like to have to be able to impose those requirements. But in this particular circumstance, the developer has proposed to incorporate some of those elements voluntarily as well, given the location. And I'm not sure if Mr. Lee has anything to add on to that.
Mr. Lee, any further comment?
No, thank you, Your Worship.
All right, thank you. Follow up, Councillor. All right, Councillor Palmer.
Question to the planner. On the little sketch map there, you've got a blue, is that trail, the blue lines that are adjacent to the road and go through some of the green spaces there?
Through your worship, I know that there was a conceptual trail network that we would like to work with the applicant at subdivision stage to determine feasibility of getting something that would help continue south. I would have to defer to the applicant because it's a drawing that's from their package. I think that it was supposed to delineate the lots, but they may be able to comment on that a little bit further. Mr. Lee.
Mr. Lee, comment on the blue trail that we see in our package.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through Your Worship, that is correct. That is, our planned trails for the proposed development, and the applicant is also willing to work with the city to look at a more connected regional trails network through the adjacent 100 acre property at the time of developing the master plan for the bigger area.
Councilor Palmer.
Then another question, either for the planner or for the developer. The cul-de-sacs that are shown, are they intended to be ultimately city roads, or are those strata? Or do we know?
Mr. Simon?
So through your worship, lot 9, that portion is intended to be strata for the row house development. And then the rest, from my understanding, would be city maintained. And see, the developer can correct me if I'm wrong there.
Mr. Lee, any further comments?
Through Your Worship. Thank you, Your Worship. Through Your Worship, that is correct. And also, of the roads being planned on the map meets the municipal road design standards. Thank you, Your Worship.
Follow up, Councilor. Okay. Any other, Councilor Elliott?
Just no mention of the APC, the planning committee comments on the matter. They came out in favor of this project. Is that right?
Through your worship, the staff report from, I want to say June 28th, where council considered first and second reading, they were detailed in there. The APC did have some comments about the applicant considering having a portion of the properties go from R1 to R2 so that there could be some duplexes developed in there. Staff had worked with the applicant to ultimately determine the feasibility of that. And given the feedback that was provided from the public, it was determined that it was best to keep the transition from the single detached leading up to the multifamily development along the hillside.
Follow up?
No, I'm just glad I think it's important that they get their say.
Yeah, absolutely. Any other comments from Councilor? Councilor Ryan.
Yeah, in other developments, when we've allowed sort of higher density, we've been able to sort of negotiate in, I don't know if negotiate's the right word, but some market rate rental housing. Was that discussion ever had with the applicant?
So through your worship, Councilor Ryan, the requirements for density bonusing that are currently laid out in the zoning bylaw for the R3 zone would allow them to go up to 30 units per hectare. If they wish to exceed that 30 units per hectare, then under the density bonusing provisions, they would be required to provide 15% of units as affordable housing. At this time, the applicant is not proposing to exceed 30 units per hectare. Therefore, in accordance with our zoning bylaw requirements, there would be no ability to do the amenity negotiations as part of this rezoning.
Okay, so sorry, just to make sure I'm understanding, so that only happens if it's already been rezoned to R3 though, and this is the request to go to R3. So would it be possible for them to then change the plan once it's been rezoned?
Through your worship, there, I guess, could be the potential. We don't think that it's feasible on the lands to go higher than what they're proposing to, which meets the density requirements of the R3 zone. But should, let's say, a development permit stage, because a development permit will be required for forming character, if the applicant is successful in getting their R3 zoning designation and they did choose to exceed the density requirements and try and qualify for density bonusing, then that would be a separate bylaw for a housing agreement that would need to be brought back to council for subsequent consideration. And then we would have this discussion about what was presented at rezoning stage and what's being proposed at development permit stage.
Yeah, I guess my concern is for the residents who wrote in some really good letters expressing their concerns since this application has changed effectively twice since it was originally proposed, with every time it getting a little bit more dense. And then if this happens again, once it gets rezoned, I think that could be very frustrating if you were, you know, buying that land in Mountain Gate Road 15 years ago or whatever. I don't know if other councillors share those concerns, but it's pretty clear that there's some frustration from the people who took time to write in. So yeah, just curious if that was an option for them to come back and have even further density, which it sounds like could happen.
Mr. Lee, you have your hand up. Would you like to speak to this matter?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through Your Worship, I just wanted to highlight, yes, I believe 8 letters has been submitted to the city against the application. However, in our neighborhood consultation process, we did send letters to 59 property owners who's in that adjacent neighborhood, and we did receive more positive comments. And as I said in my previous presentation, the majority of the residents, they didn't submit their opinion on the proposed development. So in this case, if I may call it a silent majority, just wanted to provide that background information. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Any other comments from council on Councillor Sherlock?
Thank you, Worship. And thank you to the proponents for having such a strong presence here today to be able to answer our questions. I really appreciate the planning that has gone into this development. As we just spoke of in our OCP, housing density is important. And it's a tricky proposal for Revelstoke because it is a seemingly dramatic change from the past. When Mr. Simon was presenting the OCP presentation and looking at what our development needs to look like to move in the direction that our goals align with and our values, it's going to be a lot of developments like this, I hope, because this has been really well planned out, in my opinion. I'm glad to see that there's no short-term rentals. I would caution comments around traffic impact. I think one of the challenges we're having is that in the grand scheme of things, it might be a small impact, but for a small road that is currently a dead-end road, it is a big impact to the local residents. So being able to acknowledge that and take on that responsibility as a council to make sure that we continue the development of the rest of our infrastructure in lockstep with all of these developments going in. I think that the trails development plan is an important part of this, especially as it ties to active transportation. But I hope that it does connect in well with the rest of our trail network and that we continue to see development in that so that we can keep pedestrians and cyclists with an option outside of the road. Some of the comments I saw in the public comments, and true for a lot of our neighborhoods in our community, where there are narrow roads and without sidewalks, it can be intimidating for pedestrians and cyclists to get through, especially in the winter time. The Fire Smart and wildlife interface conversation, I appreciate the comments around how we do not yet have a very robust policy around this, but I'm hopeful with our Fire Smart contract that was awarded for this summer to really bump up that program and push it forward with our emergency services, that hopefully we will see a policy like that coming forward for more of these developments that are going into some of the drier areas of our neighborhoods. And on the wildlife interface story, I think that's also quite critical, especially as we look at the future of this development and how far it will be going into the mountainside. I think as we set these Bear Smart goals and we look at how our entire community can be more wild safe, I think this neighborhood, I hope, will take a leadership role in showing what it means to be a good neighbor on the side of a mountain. Otherwise, I'm fully in support. I am looking forward to seeing what this looks like and to see more affordable, attainable, whatever that looks like, but more dense housing so that we're not trying to afford over $1 million for a single family home. So thank you very much.
Great, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ryan, you have follow-up?
Yeah, I mean, nothing about this is going to be affordable, but I guess the silver lining is that it's going to be perhaps slightly more affordable given that the density is higher. But yeah, that comment was made in some of the letters that were submitted as well, that building on the side of a mountain is obviously not affordable.
Any other comments from council? Seeing none, I will call the question on reading the third time. All those in favor? This motion is carried. Thank you. There is item D2. Does someone want to put that motion on the table for adoption? Councillor Elliott.
Zoning amendment bylaw 2335 be adopted.
Seconder for the motion, Councillor Brooks-Hill. Any discussion on this motion? Councillor Ryan?
Yeah, I was going to vote in favor of this. I just wanted to say that the only reason is the fact that it's not rentals. And so any sort of increase to housing stock is necessary. But otherwise, yeah, this is a tricky one for me personally.
All right, thank you. Any other comments?
Maybe a question in response. I mean, that area has been approved for development for quite some time. I mean, back in the early days of the resort, it was proposed. It's been in limbo since. So this is a step along that path. I'm just wondering. I mean, the full development of that area is extensive. So I don't know if we can fight every single thing that comes up, because we're just living to what was promised, or living in what was proposed. So
that's why I'm not going to fight it.
Yeah.
All right, I will now call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? No. Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you, council. Thank you, McElhanney, for your work and for the community weighing in today. Appreciate that. We are going to move on to item E, 5E, development permit DP 2022-008 and development variance permit 2022-004, 1750 Nickel Road. Mr. Simon, do you have a presentation for us?
Through your worship, no presentation for this particular application, but if there are any questions from council, staff are more than happy to answer them.
Great. So just I want to note for the public record, the proponent is here in council chambers so that you're aware, Mr. Simon, you may not be able to see them from your vantage point. All right, development variance permit be issued. And so we've got several sections. We'll start with one. So we're going to go through them all independently. Is that correct, Mr. Simon? How do you want to deal with this?
Through your worship, I think that would be a prudent way. If council wishes, I can give a brief overview of each variance as it's presented, if that would be helpful.
Great. All right. So council, let's get this on the table. Someone will make the first motion. Number one, Councilor Palmer.
Yeah, as written in the package.
Okay. So basically, development variance permit be issued, and then we are going to go on to the following variances to zoning bylaw 2299, section A. A, section 11A, 17.4A3, side yard setback requirement to a street civic space to reduce the minimum side yard setback requirement for building 4A from 3 meters to 1 meter. So comment, Mr. Simon, on that, please.
Through your worship to council, this is the building.
Oh, sorry.
Was there a second on the?
Was there a second? Did I get a second? Yeah, Councilor Brooksell. Sorry, thank you for asking.
And may I just before
Yes, you may.
the planner so speak to the motion. So it'll be good to go. There's a lot of sort of technical stuff that Mr. Simon will go through. My sense is that it looked like there was some kind of mess that just didn't make sense, and this is kind of cleaning a lot of that up. It's from what I see on this specific motion.
All right, so Councillor, Mr. Simon, would you like to make comment on that after Mr. Simon's, Councillor Palmer, his comment? Thank you.
Through your worship, this is for the building on the far western portion of the development. So the one most left on the site plan that you're looking at. And it is for a portion, and specifically the northwest portion of that building. You can see how the road curves around on the subject lot. So it is really that uppermost left portion of the building, the northwest portion, that is too close to the property line. It needs to meet a 3 meter setback. It's only at a 1 meter setback. I would note that the other portions of the building do comply with a 3 meter setback. And in the staff evaluation noted in the staff report, there is no issues with this particular variance.
So Mr. Simon, when we talk about this being at the far edge of the property, this is still within the Mackenzie Village lands, correct?
Through your worship, yes, it's correct. That is in phase 4 and 5 lands.
All right, good. All right, any comment from council on EA to reduce the minimum side yard setback requirement for building 4A? Any further comments? Then I will call a question. All those in favor?
This is all just one motion. I think we should go through it.
Is it all one motion?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, all right, let's go through it all. Section B. 11A 17 4A3 side yard setback requirement to street civic space. Item 1, to increase the maximum setback for building 4A from 4.5 meters to 95 meters civic space trail. The clarification on that, please, Mr. Simon.
Through your worship to council, I'll do my best. The existing comprehensive development zone not only includes minimum setbacks, so you got to be X amount of meters away from a road. It also includes maximum setbacks. The best I can decipher is that the intent was to develop building envelopes, but from a planning perspective, it does pose interpretation and administration challenges. So you can see there's items such as civic space that are not fully outlined or defined within the zone. So when you look at the maximum setback requirement, which is quite rare to have within a zone of this nature, we applied it to the middle of the pathway that bisects phase 4 and phase 5. Again, staff don't see any concerns with providing this variance. It does allow for a more orderly development on site without having any impact to adjacent properties or adjacent phases within the Mackenzie Village development. And staff are working with the applicant in the background on potential future amendments to the zone itself that would clean up some of this language, because if you may or may not recall, phase 2 and 3 of Mackenzie Village and potentially phase 1, I'd have to double check phase 1, but I know phase 2 and 3 also needed variances to the maximum setbacks. So we want to make sure it's meeting its original intent.
Any comment from council?
Just so this 95 meters of space, that's between 4C and 5A, is that right? Right in the middle of the complex?
Through your worship, the 95 meters would be between building 4A, so the eastern portion, the right edge of building 4A as shown on the screen, to the middle of the trail that bisects phase 4 and 5. So the trail that runs between building 4C and 5A, it's varying what the maximum setback is from that trail to the building.
All right.
So we're increasing the spacing, the area. So is that the idea?
Through your worship, that is correct.
That's good. Okay, moving on to item 2. B2 to increase maximum setback for building 4B from 4.5 to 58 meters. Clarification on that one, and just if you can use your cursor. Yeah.
Well, I think they're all the same. It's just the different buildings to the center trail.
All right. So you just want to, you guys are okay with all of those other statements in here?
Yeah. For section B.
For section B. All right. So do you want to vote on A and B before we go to section C, or how do you feel?
Well, they're all in one.
They're all, this whole thing's in the
Okay.
motion.
Okay, it's going to be problematic, I think, as we move forward. So section C, 11A, 17B, to overall height, to increase the maximum building height from building 4A and building 5C from 13.5 meters to 18 meters. Comment on that, Mr. Simon, before I go to council.
Through your worship, to all of council, as you can see from the diagram on the right, this would relate to buildings 4A and 5C. So those that are on the outermost portion of the subject development. And what it is varying it to is from 13.5 meters to 18 meters. It would actually only be up to about 13.75 meters to the peak of the building. But because of the proposed rooftop amenities and because the space that they occupy on the roof, the variance needs to go all the way up to 18 meters to incorporate those rooftop amenities. The way that the development variance permit itself is drafted, it does include these drawings in there. So it would be very clear that that additional from 13.75 to 18 is for the rooftop amenities. And the reason why the rooftop amenities need to be included for all of the height variances is because they occupy greater than, I believe the zoning bylaw says, if it is greater than 10% of the area of the roof, then it needs to be included in the height calculation. So that's why you're seeing the variance for those two buildings all the way up to 18 meters.
So just for us old people, Mr. Simon, give me that 18 meters in feet, please.
You're looking at approximately 60 feet. So 18 going, so 59, just over 59 feet.
And currently the buildings that are being constructed now in phase 2 and 3 are 13.5 meters or 42, 43 feet. Is that correct?
Through your worship, there was a variance that was granted for 3 of the 4 buildings as part of phase 2 and 3 that allowed it to go to 14.5 meters, which would get you to about 47.5 feet. Right. So you're looking at about a 13-foot difference, 12-foot difference.
So essentially a story.
Through your worship, that's correct.
All right.
Sorry, I correct myself here. Story including the rooftop amenity space. The building itself will be the same size as the buildings that were granted a variance to approximately, with phases 2 and 3 to go up to, those ones went to 14.5. This one's going to 13.75, but with the rooftop amenities, if you want to consider those an extra story, that's what you'd be looking at from a height perspective.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments from council? Councilor Ryan?
Well, for the next one, but I guess
Okay,
I'll wait.
let's go to the next one then. So we're increasing maximum building height for building 4B, building 4C, building 5A, and building 5B from 13.5 meters to 22 meters. So then we're going basically from whatever 47 feet to 72. Is that what we're looking at? In my rudimentary math?
Through your worship, you are just about bang on 72.18 feet is what 22 meters would be. And this includes a full additional story. So the zoning ultimately allows for 4 stories or 13.5 meters. And this proposal is for 5 stories for 4 of the 6 buildings.
And then above the 5th story, we're still going to have rooftop amenities. Is that correct?
Through your worship. Yes, that is correct. And again, due to the size of the rooftop amenities and the space that they occupy on the roof, they need to be included in the height variance as per the zoning bylaw requirements.
All right, Councilor.
So when I was reading the report, my understanding was that the footprint of the buildings is getting smaller, but the height is getting taller. And so does that mean that the number of units in each building is remaining the same?
Through your worship, to Councillor Ryan, the density requirements are not being exceeded. They are allowed to go up to 200 units per hectare. I believe with this phase 4 and 5, they are, if I recall correctly, about 186 units per hectare. And what we're looking at, the way that this zone is crafted, is there's no maximum site coverage requirement and there's no floor area ratio requirement. So in terms of the planning tools to try and regulate the development, they are permitted a certain amount of density, that 200 units per hectare. And what we would be looking at is either larger massing of buildings to get to that density that the developer is entitled to as per the CD zone, or taller buildings with more space in between them to get to the same density.
Yeah, so I guess, yeah, so the number of units wouldn't necessarily change. The buildings would just be taking up more of the land in the original proposal. And now it's just going to be slimmer, taller buildings.
Correct.
Yes, through your worship, that is correct. Again, I can't, speak for what the developer would or would not do if they were restricted to the 4-story, but under the zoning allowances, they would be permitted to build the same amount of units, which would obviously just have to occupy more space on the site than a larger footprint.
And sorry to just one more. So if the buildings are taking up a smaller footprint, does that mean that in subsequent phases, they would have more land to be able to build more buildings? I don't know if that's a stupid question, but.
No, it's a good question.
So through your worship, there is no site coverage requirement in the zone, so it would not be impacted. So this is only applicable for phases 4 and 5. The only way that it relates to subsequent phases is that under the zone, they all fall within sub area C, and sub area C, if I recall correctly off the top of my head, allows for approximately, I think, 600 units as a maximum in there. I would have to double check the specifics of the zone, but it would not have an impact on the form of future phases.
Okay. Any other comments from councilors? Councilor,
Just at the APC meeting, they put some emphasis on the shadow casting of the building and the impact on the surrounding neighbors. Maybe you can expand on that for the council here. Is there an impact on the neighbors, or what's your take?
So through your worship to all of council, impact on adjacent properties can be a matter of perception depending on where you live and what your idea of an impact is. From a planning perspective, maintaining view corridors is something that's never guaranteed in perpetuity when you're next to undeveloped property. And with respect to the shadow casting, the applicant did provide a shadow casting analysis, and the largest impact from shadow casting was determined to be from later phases of Mackenzie Village, specifically to the properties on Hay Road, which would be lower density development. I believe the zone would allow for row houses, or it might even just be single detached dwellings. The ones that would immediately be abutting them on the far eastern portion of Mackenzie Village that directly abut the properties on Hay Road, those pose the largest impact for blocking future view lines and shadow casting.
any further comments? Councilor Ryan, then Councilor Palmer.
I think I read somewhere in there that originally it was 6 stories and then the applicants worked with the city to reduce that. So can you talk briefly about what that was all about? Like originally 6 was determined to be too high, and how did you land on 4 and now 5?
So through your worship, with the initial staff review that was completed, the proposal consisted of 4-story buildings on the outskirts moving to 5, and then ultimately 6 centrally located. In the staff review, it was determined by staff that the 6-story buildings were too large for the neighborhood, and staff had done their review and recommended to the applicant that they consider the planning staff review and determine whether or not they wanted to amend their proposal prior to bringing it to council. The applicant ultimately decided to amend their proposal to have 4 5-story buildings, as opposed to 2 of those buildings being 6-story.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, Councilor Palmer, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I have sort of general comments on the overall. I'm not sure if there's we're going through any more detail here.
We're just going to go into off-street
parking.
parking.
Maybe address that first, then I'll.
Okay, so section 13.2 required off-street parking. To reduce the minimum required parking spaces from 1.5 per dwelling unit to 1.16 per dwelling unit. And then to reduce the minimum required visitor parking spaces from 1 space per 5 dwelling units to 1 space per 18.5 dwelling units. Any comments on that, Mr. Simon, for both of those parking requirements?
Through your worship to all of council again, staff don't have any major concerns with the proposed reduction in parking. With this particular development, when applicants are purchasing into the strata, they are purchasing parking stalls concurrently with that unit purchase, and there is an understanding of how much parking would be available. 1 stall is provided for every unit, and then there are additional stalls that would be available for purchase at the time of an owner securing one of the units here. I will note too that the variances that are included in here, it only relates to off-street parking. The applicant has proposed 22 additional parking spaces that would be used likely as visitor accommodation along Corsier Avenue. But those are not counted in the variance that's needed because, again, it's on-street parking. It is managed by the strata, so the city does not have to enforce parking regulations here. And the strata also does deal with clearing up the roadway as well. So parking on the roadway would be managed by them. But again, there are 22 additional parking spaces. And the last thing I would note is that the visitor parking spaces themselves, that requirement was not included in the zoning bylaw at the time of this CD zone being adopted. It was included in the zoning bylaw as of January this year when the city completed its comprehensive review of the zoning bylaw. This CD zone, unlike other CD zones, for example, the BC Housing Project that council had recently adopted, that zone itself includes parking parameters and requirements to guide future development specific to that zone. This zone is silent on the matter, which means that we have to revert to the typical regulations in the bylaw. So again, that points to the need to have something site specific here to ensure it's suitable for the development, because the previous phases did need a variance for this as well.
Great, thank you for that comment. So we have gone through all of these issues in section 1. I'm going to go to council to make any comments or concerns, and then I will weigh in. So anyone want to start with their questions? Council Palmer.
Just clarification on the last point through to the planner. So Corsier Avenue is strata, is that correct?
Through your worship, yes, that is correct. I know that there is an arrangement with the city for the utilities that are under the grounds, but the strata does manage the roadways from my understanding.
Okay, so the utility, and then so unlike the previous one that just went through the public hearing, this one, snow clearing and all that is responsibility, so that burden isn't on the city. And then just clarification on the parking, you described why this is adequate, but just for clarification on Corsier, is there is that considered on-street parking, or is that the visitor parking on Corsier?
Through your worship, that would be considered on-street parking. So the variance that council would be considering today is strictly for off-street parking requirements and is not inclusive of those additional 22 stalls. So you can think of those as above and beyond what is provided off-street for this particular development.
Okay, so that, I think that's important because there's a bit of it's interesting because it's strata road, it's not the city's responsibility, but there's parking, it's considered off street parking, but it belongs to the strata, so it's really more than what's being suggested here. Yeah, thanks.
And any other comments from councilors regarding this? Councilor Ryan?
Sorry if this is a repeat question, but I just want to make sure I'm clear. So there's nothing stopping the developer from putting the buildings kind of like closer together. The only real restriction is the number of units for that section of the development, right? Like you can have, was it 600? Did you say that? Like units in this stage?
Through your worship, cell C, which is where this particular phase 4 and 5 fall within, does extend a little bit to the north and then a bit to the west as well. So total in cell C, they're allowed to have 600 units. When they come in for each phase of development, they have to meet that 200 units per hectare, and they're entitled to that density. How it ultimately manifests in terms of building design, Again, the CD zone does not have restrictions on site coverage, and it does not have any restrictions on the floor area ratio, which would be the other tools to regulate building height and building massing.
Okay, so regardless of what decision is made here, they're gonna get their 600 units in however they can, right? So this is just allowing for more sightlines and all the things that you outlined in, right?
So through your worship, again, I can't comment on if the variance isn't granted, how the developer may or may not choose to amend their drawings. I can just comment on the fact that under the CD zone, they are permitted to have up to 600 units in development cell C.
Okay, I guess what I'm wondering is if this didn't pass and they were having to have these shorter, more squat buildings, do you think that to maintain the look and feel and make sure they all look nice and that it doesn't feel weird when you're walking around, would it ultimately end up in fewer units because they would just make them smaller, or you don't know and nobody knows?
Through your worship, it would be a question for the developer whether or not, if they were restricted to the 4-story maximum as per the zone, if they would ultimately choose to reduce the number of units. What I can say is that based on the parameters that are in the CD zone, they would still be entitled to develop the same number of units across a larger footprint. Whether or not the developer chooses to do that is a decision for them.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
All right.
If I could just respond to Councillor Ryan, from my perspective, I like what the developer has done here by going narrow because of better viewscapes. I think this is a very responsible approach to that. I would have been supportive of the higher variance for that very reason. I think that's really good. That's really good. And then the height thing about the shadowing, it's really affecting their own development. So that's on their ownness already. That's the major impact. So on the height thing, to me, that is just a good, responsible thing. I'll talk later on about the whole merits of the whole project itself. But as far as this compared to that 1950s, 3-story where you just, take out the entire land, I think this is much better going up higher and is better value overall from my perspective. So I'm being a little bit more forthright than the planner is able to be, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think it's fine. I just can already hear the uproar, so I just want to be extra clear that this isn't council saying, yeah, let's have more vacation rental units. It's just allowing the developer what they already have, what they're already entitled to.
Yeah. Any other comments?
A bit of the spacing on the taller units, the space between the buildings becomes more user or resident friendly. It just becomes more of a more approachable or more inviting neighborhood rather than just a squat and just a big building taking up the space. My opinion.
Councillor Brookshaw and Councillor Ryan, and then Councillor Charlotte. My apologies.
I have a few comments. Some of them aren't necessarily related to the variances, but to talk about some of the variances, the setbacks, that none of that, that's just kind of cleaning up a mess that I don't really have an opinion on it. That's the planning department doing their thing, and I'm fine with that. The off-street parking, I'm a little hesitant about it. But once again, it is kind of just their own development and their own strata dealing with it, and it's not major changes. In terms of parking, I'm very happy to see that they have a large amount of bike parking and bike storage, and if half the parking stalls are wired for electric vehicles, I think that's very forward thinking, and I'm happy to see that. The height, once again, as has already been stated, to a large degree, it's mostly affecting their own development. I think it's better use of space to go higher. It's more environmentally friendly instead of having these building masses covering all the ground to go up and have more green space around them. I just found it and lost it. There's something in the report about market rental housing. I'm just wondering, through the chair to Mr. Simon, where you got the number that a third of Mackenzie Village development has been used for long-term rentals. My understanding was that it was about 5%, but I don't know these numbers, so I'm just wondering where the 1/3 came from.
Mr. Simon.
Yeah, through your worship, this is based on data that's been provided by the applicant in this case. I will note that, should there be a desire from council for staff to work with the applicant to determine, market rental being provided as an amenity for this, it would be unique. Generally, when we're doing amenity negotiations, it's going to be at a rezoning stage. And I will note that this zone already does have provisions in for that. In some of the areas, they can go up to X density. And then if they enter into a housing agreement, they can go up higher. So it would be rare, and I would caution council to consider that as part of a variance and as part of justification for a variance, to look at market rentals being provided here.
Yeah. Follow
up? No, I'm good for now. Thank you.
Councilor Ryan.
Yeah, I think the bike parking is cool, but most people are probably not going to bike here and their vacation rentals. I'm curious, in other developments, we've had requirements to pay in lieu. Was that discussion ever had?
Through your worship, under the legislation and under the requirements of the zoning bylaw, it's an option that's available for the applicant, should they wish to meet parking that way. From a planning perspective, I would note that our parking requirements are high. And I think in this specific CD zone, the standard parking requirements do not necessarily fit with the development concept, and that a review of the parking requirements and determining what requirements should apply to this zone should be made. I think that the proposal that includes 1.16 parking stalls per unit is sufficient based on what they are proposing. But yeah, it's always an option that the applicant can provide. It's a way for them to meet parking requirements. They still have the option to apply for a variance should they see that fit.
Okay.
I don't know why we wouldn't put that in. That's
okay. Councilor Charlotte.
Thank you, Worship. It's a tricky conversation as we start looking at a larger building complex and several buildings like this in our community. I remember when the original open houses were happening, and it was all hypothetical about what Mackenzie Village was going to look like at full build out. And it's been fascinating watching these various phases come through. I think I'm in agreement with Councillor Palmer about the height of the buildings, and with also with Councillor Bruxell around how this creates more outdoor amenity space for the residents of that area. And I think the more outdoor space we can make, the better. I appreciate the rooftop amenities. I think those will be great, hopefully, for those buildings with some good organization for those shared spaces. But outdoor space trumps that, in my opinion. When it comes to parking, I think the parking, the look, the density, this all fits in with, as I travel and speak with other communities, this is part of the modern mountain aesthetic, that not everyone has the capacity to care for a single family home in the larger lots. And we've heard a lot of residents talking about wanting to downsize into something suitable. I appreciate while we have more row houses coming forward and carriage homes, that a condo or apartment style would be a better fit for quite a few of those lifestyles. With this, though, I do see a need for intercity regional transit. I know I bring up transit quite often, but when it comes to only having one parking stall and having this many more residents, hopefully, on board, that we might have that much more of a push to get more transit opportunities available so that we don't all need to have so many cars. Because that's part and parcel with it, is having those services available. I'm glad Councillor Ryan brought up the question around housing and the housing agreements. While I recognize and I appreciate what Mr. Simon is saying around the complexity of these conversations, I think it's an important conversation to be had. And I look forward to our housing action plan coming forward with some more guidance around how it can be practical. Because I'm not interested in make work projects but I am interested in making sure that we have a good diversity of housing. At this point, I think the development serves that need to a certain extent. Again, we don't have a choice on the short-term rentals on this one, but having that more density that's well planned out with lots of underground parking and amenities, I think will be a net benefit. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Simon, there's underground parking with these buildings as well, or we're getting some of the space, right? Okay, so I'm really conflicted. I took a drive up there last night and I'm really concerned about the height. 13.5 meters with amenities on top, I can live with. This other stuff I'm having a hard time with. Required off-street parking, quite concerned about that. However, I haven't heard any complaints from the people in phase one. And when I drove through there last night, there is no room to park. The parking spots are not big enough for a truck. The garages are not big enough for a car unless you have a small car. So, I look at that sort of thing and I'm going like, well, did we do something wrong here? But nobody's complaining, at least not to me. And so when I look at this moving forward, a little concerned about the minimum spaces. However, if the planning department feels that it's going to be suitable, I can live with that. I'm just really conflicted about that height. I hear what councillors are saying about the height and moving the buildings closer and more green space, that sort of thing. But I'm also concerned about, we keep getting these variances coming back to the well to change things. And there is a concern within the community that, things are changing. It's not what we expected. I'm concerned about that. I looked at the height of the buildings in phase 2 and 3. So essentially 4.5 stories, because the bottom section with the commercial is a little higher ceiling, and then the 3 stories on top. So I'm really having a hard time with that, and I'm not expecting you to answer my concerns, but I'm almost thinking of voting no, because I'm concerned about this building height. Is there anyone that wants to try and enlighten me a little better? Councillor Palmer.
Thank you, Mayor Sulz. I'm supportive of the variance and I'm supportive of the motion in its entirety. Yes, this is a change in this community. That decision was not the decision we're making in that neighborhood. That is not a decision we're making today. We're talking about responsible development. And so, yes, there's many people, or a few people, I don't know if there's that many people, but there's a few people who would like to turn back the clock to before this kind of development was happening. There's some people, I think most of them have moved from town, that would prefer the ski hill didn't exist in Revelstoke. So I'm going to start with what this is not. This is not about density. This has already been granted before my time. This is not about vacation rentals. This was granted before my time. We're talking about, okay, how do we help the developer within our constraints to have the best kind of development for our community through some variances, and we're achieving that. This is, I'm excited about the good use of rooftops. I'm seeing what's happening in other communities, Kelowna specifically, how they're using better use of their apartment complexes there. Use top. There's the vegetation. So this is a better quality of life. And yes, I'm not necessarily, unless I have some friends out there that live there, and there is people that live there. That benefit of the greening, but overall as a community, when we start greening up the rooftops, that's good for our community. This is getting away from the 1950s 3-story bulk massing on the roadways and getting into more modern use of buildings by getting better height and better amenities. This is good for housing. We need housing stock. And again, we're not in the whole discussion about vacation rentals, but the more housing stock we have, we're addressing the bigger picture about of making it available. This is market housing that was desperately needed a long time ago. On the transportation side, yes, these kind of places are not for Albertans with great big huge diesel trucks to come and live. They're not going to be interested in buying this. They're going to find somewhere else. There's smaller units, less parking. This is not a place for people that need two big vehicles. It's just not that kind of a community. And that's a market-driven decision. And I think that's better for us as when we're transitioning as a society across the world as to how do we have more efficient use of transportation, smaller vehicles, the transition towards electric vehicles, which tend to be smaller, lighter weight vehicles. We talk about the bicycle space, the bicycle things, but we know that electric bikes are often people's second vehicle, and this is a transition in society. So I believe that this is a responsible decision for council to encourage that diversification of other types of transportation. The view corridors I think are important. This is a better looking thing than having squatter buildings that are taking bigger areas of the land. I think that kind of hits most of my points that I'd like to make here, but I'm strongly supportive of the variances as presented.
As presented. All right, Councillor Roth.
Yeah, Councillor Palmer, you kind of talk about the development, like people aren't going to be, or that they're going to live there, but we effectively in the last bylaw with short-term rentals removed the entire supply pretty much of vacation rentals available. So the market-driven decision for people visiting is going to be that this is one very dense location of places where they can actually stay when the homes that they may have stayed in otherwise are no longer available. So I disagree that there's not going to be issues with Albertans and big trucks and things like that. And I do think parking will be an issue. Yeah, but I hear your point too about the second vehicles being electric bikes. And I think that's a wonderful demographic. I just think given what we recently did, it's not realistic to assume that that's going to be the majority of people. Yeah, I think my biggest issue is around the parking, only because when we talk to long-term residents and people who have sort of frustrations about the fast development, it's always the conversation of like, well, we don't want it to land on the taxpayer, right? And so how can we, not to say it the wrong way, but like, I'm going to try and pretend like the developer's not in this room, but like, how can we get as much as we can out of the developers, even though they are providing also a really great amenity, because no question about it, short-term rentals are wonderful for the community. And so for me, when this question came up about, is there an option for them to pay for parking in lieu? And we have the planner saying, well, we have to update our parking policies because they're outdated. Well, that costs money. How are we going to afford it? Well, with the money that was paid in lieu from the developers. So this to me is like a perfect example of, we have this outdated parking policy, but we don't have funding to update it. So it's going to either end up going on the taxpayer until we do something about it. So why don't we just do something about it? And I made the same argument with other developments in the last couple of years. So I don't think this one should be any different.
Well, paid in lieu is in a situation where there's not enough parking. They have enough parking. And the fact that they're doing underground parking is more costly than on surface parking. So I look at that and go, they're doing what they can when the parking.
But so then why are we reducing it then?
Well, they're feeling that they're not going to need that many parking spaces for those who are coming to visit. Any comment regarding that, Mr. Simon?
Through your worship, to all of council, the cash in lieu provisions, they need to go towards specific projects. So they're supposed to go towards like hard infrastructure projects where you're actually constructing parking infrastructure. And again, the way the legislation is written is that it's an option at the applicant, or an option for the applicant rather, should they choose to meet the city's minimum parking requirements as a result. From staff's perspective, updating the zoning bylaw to have appropriate parking regulations that are fair, that reflect our modern society as we are moving away from vehicular modes of transportation, while acknowledging that we still need to accommodate for it, especially in a town like Revelstoke, is in desperate need. And I think what you're seeing in terms of, there's been a couple applications now where there has been staff support to reduce parking regulations for a variety of reasons. It shows that these regulations need to be updated. Now, once the regulations are updated and there are variance applications to reduce them further, there will need to be quite sufficient rationale in order for staff to support that. And that's when you might start seeing an option be implored by an applicant to look to pay cash in lieu to satisfy the parking requirements. But I think right now we don't have that right balance between our zoning bylaw, our cash in lieu rates, and I will note the OCP that was just adopted. This is mentioned in there, and it is something that we do want to move forward with.
Good. All right, thank you. So I have a couple of questions, Mr. Simon. When we talk about these buildings, are we kind of in the center of the Mackenzie Village property, or we're still closer to the roadway where phase 2 and 3 are being built?
To your worship, we are one phase below the center of the development.
Okay. All right.
One phase to the south.
What is the average height of the buildings at RMR? How many stories?
Through your worship, the employee housing DP that was recently approved by council was up to 8 stories, if I recall correctly. The Helly Hotel, I believe, is up to 6 stories with a couple stories of underground parking. The Sutton Place, if I recall correctly, I believe it's 4 stories again with underground parking. But I would have to double check some of those permits to verify 100%.
Thank you for that comment. That helps me a little better to make my decision. I'm still conflicted, but I'm going to go home tonight and wonder if I made the right decision. But I really, I'm going to vote with council and approve this. So I'm going to ask if there's anyone else who wants to make comment before I call the question. Councilor Palmer.
Just a little bit further on the parking, the cash in lieu conversation. That conversation needs to happen. It needed to happen a long time ago. It needed to happen in previous council, the council before that. I think a number of the cash in lieu things are very questionable that have happened in the past, because that cash, the city hasn't used that cash to actually alleviate a real parking problem right in that area.
Right.
And if we tried to do that here, where's that money being used, and is that fair? The other thing is, just because the city hasn't addressed the cash in lieu parking issue, we should not be holding up a development. We've had this history of holding up developments in my opinion, unreasonably, because the city just couldn't get their act together.
Right.
Still, we have to make prudent decisions, and I think this is a reasonable decision. There's always going to be some saying, well, it should have been a little bit more, should have been a little bit less, and the concern that I would have of having a more strict parking requirement is we're going to be nuking, just do a bigger building, nuke a lot of that green space, that view space underneath. So that is, to me, merits having the reduced parking in itself, because there's a benefit on that. So that's my, I guess, my points on the cash in lieu. I think that question does need to be addressed. I don't think this council will be addressing that, but hopefully the next council will in a timely fashion.
Great. All right. Any further comments on the motion on the table? Councilor Ollie.
I think if we're looking for an apartment building or a set of condos anywhere in our community, this would be the way to build. Tall, thin, centralized, less demand for infrastructure, parking, all those things that go into designing a city the old way should be disregarded and come in with a new plan. We're developing a whole new master plan. We're trying to develop a transit system that moves people without the vehicle. Or less of an impact on our environment. This fits those parameters. and I don't know why we would argue against it. I would say make it as tough as possible to park, and we'll get people not driving their car. That's my argument. And less they have, there'll only be one car. And I'm sure the owners of that property would be saying, I have to get whatever people I do have there, I have to get them somewhere to the resort or downtown. They will make the amendments they need to do.
So Colin Finn like you.
Yeah.
Versus short and fat. All right, any Councilor Brooksville.
I have a comment directed to the developer. Just throwing it out there, I think there might be a market for a dedicated building with no vacation rentals. If Mr. Pawdiak figures out how to come up with some legal agreement so people can.
$100,000 fine that the developer puts in his pocket.
Well, that gets directed wherever it gets directed, but I seriously think that there could be a market for that. Just throwing that out there.
Oh,
all right, I think we beat this up.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that those are good points that you made, Councillor Palmer, about the parking bylaw, and I appreciate those. And yeah, you've convinced me that that's not worth hanging things up. And I look forward to living in Rob Elliott's perfect future world. I think we all look forward to that future.
One day.
Yes, not to throw any, this is going the right way, so I should just shut up, but you do need to review your parking, but it's not a panacea. Again, in my experience, you never catch up, and the cost of providing parking is always a lot more than you've ever extracted. So yeah, the fact that it's out of date, you need to update, but council shouldn't have to worry. It really isn't a panacea for everything. In many cases, we waived the parking even when we had the provisions.
Good. Thank you for that comment. All right, let's call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Note that this motion has passed unanimously. Thank you. Moving on to item E2. So someone want to put that motion on the table for me, please. Councilor Brooksville.
The development permit be issued for form and character for the construction of 6 multi-unit residential buildings at 1750 Nickel Road as in the package.
All right, second for the motion. Councilor Palmer. Any discussion on this motion? Councilor Palmer.
I'll just sort of make a general comment. I'll be in support of the motion. And it's not that I necessarily like the form and character of it. I think it could have been something better and greater. And again, that's stuff from the past on how we could have, instead of row housing, had a better sort of pathway. I would have been very much supportive of even much higher buildings in that situation. So it's just a comment, and the aesthetics, there's always this thing that, do we kill a development on some aesthetics, but it's gone through the APC, and so I'm just generally in support of the motion.
Okay, any other comments? Seeing none, all those in favor? Motion's carried, thank you. Item 3, I'll put that on, Councilor Palmer. Okay, that's regarding landscaping. Seconder for Councilor Rind. Any further discussion on that? Seeing none, all those in favor? Motion's carried. Thank you. Thank you all, council, and thank you for hearing my concerns over this and listening to what I had to say. And I feel that I've listened to what you have to say, and the end result will be something that will be good for our community. Let's move on to 5F. So I want to put that on, Councilor Ryan.
That development variance permit DVP 2022-009 as written in the package.
Okay, second for that motion, Councilor Palmer. This is basically to allow a carriage suite to be located in the front yard setback area of the principal dwelling. Mr. Simon, any comments or presentation regarding this?
To your worship, no presentation, and staff are supportive of the proposed variance. It's a unique shaped lot. The rules as they're written for carriage houses to not be located in the front yard are there for good reason. However, this is a unique situation due to the panhandle nature of the lot and the way that the existing principal residence is currently oriented. So staff do not have any concerns with the proposed variance before council today.
Great. All right, Councilor Ryan, do you have a comment?
Yeah, just fully support, excited to see infill development, and it looks like a high quality design, so that's all really great.
Great. Any other comments? I am supportive of this panhandle piece of property. This is a great way to utilize it. So definitely a good thing for our community. I'll ask a question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried. Thank you. Moving on to item 6, announcements.
Short recess?
Short recess, okay. Somebody's having a nicotine fit. So, Ms. Rousseau, if you could put the notion up for the announcement, we're going to take a brief recess.
Wow.
Can you mute council chambers as well, please, your worship?
Yes. Yeah, Councilor Burke's doing that right now. Thank you.
If you are beginning, Council Chambers is muted.
It's just a dress rehearsal.
Thank you. Sorry about that, Ms. Rousseau. Thank you for letting us know. We just did dress rehearsal, I guess. So we're just talking about grand opening of the Revelstoke Community Housing Society buildings on Thursday morning, and just happy to see that come to fruition. Council,
Just a question. Do you know if it's been rented? All the units have been rented?
I don't believe so. I think they're just in the process of that right now.
Okay.
Once I know more, I'll let you know.
Yeah, that would be good. I mean, the demand was supposed to be through the roof on rental housing, and they're not booked already.
Well, it's a different process to get in there, so it's not, you know, they have to go through a vetting process.
Yeah, I'm not saying that they're having trouble finding people. I just don't think they've necessarily
Started the process.
Made decisions, yeah.
Okay.
All right, I just wanted to also let the community know, because of our heat event, our fire chief has opened our emergency operations center to a level 1 to support the extreme heat event warning issued by our health department and ECC, CEC, and basically we have opened the Revelstoke Recreation and Aquatic Center for a cooling center from 7 a.m. to 1900, which is 7. So through daily through Friday, July 29th. And so if there's an escalation of the heat emergency, the rec center will be open 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. on Saturday. And if it's still required to be open Sunday, staff overtime will be required. But we're in support of this cooling center. Arrangements for transport vulnerable seniors via taxi or larger group needs transport. Transit bus is available. Snacks and water can be made available if needed. So just so you're aware, we're going to put this out through our normal social media platforms, radio and newspaper. But we have that planned. It's in the works. We've started it. There we go. So we want to make sure that we look after all of our community members in this heat event.
Sorry, lost the question. So if there's a need, does the person suffering, do they have to contact someone directly?
So they can actually phone the fire hall, 837-2884, and there will be a fireman that will answer the call. And we'll make sure that those people can get to the cooling center. So whether that's a volunteer will go out, however, or they come under their own steam, we'll make sure that they're taken care of and move forward with that. If we need to go where we have to look after people at night, then the emergency planners are looking at ways to utilize the senior center and go from there. All right, we are now moving on to delegations and presentations, council remuneration task force recommendations and presentations. So Mr. Matusi, who's going to be doing the presentation on this? Miranda, will that be you, or how are we doing, or Stephen, or Miranda? The floor is yours.
Thank you, Your Worship. Am I able to share my screen? Yes.
Sure.
Oh. Sorry.
You got it.
Okay, I've just lost mine. Give me a second here. Okay, there we go. So I wanted to begin by just thanking my task force members. Oh, sorry about that. There we go. Yeah, so the task force was a volunteer appointment. And it was made up of myself. So myself, Stephen Cross, and Stuart Andrews volunteered, and council appointed us. And I just think I can speak on behalf of all of us that all three of us were committed and engaged. We've been putting a lot of time and a lot of great discussion into this report. We've met almost every other week since March. I think we've learned a lot more than we expected to, and we went into great depths of both discussion and data to get where we are. So, yeah, it's been a great process overall. And I think the first thing we learned when we began was that there's really no objective way to review remuneration for council. So we've established some guiding principles that kept us on the right track the whole way. So our first was a fiscal responsibility. And I think it's an important acknowledgement to make that we're making decisions on how to spend taxpayer dollars, just like council and mayor do as well. And the second is that we need to balance that with the ability to attract candidates that are going to represent the community. So we wanted to recognize that the goal here was to draw a diverse pool of candidates to elect. And the third was to offer a fair and reasonable remuneration for the role. So it was important to clarify it up front, what is remuneration? And it's something that I think is probably needs to be understood when looking at this issue. So remuneration for mayor and council is basically made of a base stipend. And the key point of that is that it's not a wage or a salary, as the roles and responsibilities of council are not in respect of employment. So we're not looking specifically at reimbursing for time spent at a job per se. It really is about fulfilling a specific role and responsibility for the community. However, to have the capacity and to have the time to fulfill that role, we need to recognize that people have things they must give up to be able to do that for the community. So the largest for a broad sector of the community would be employment, caring for children, other benefits, so potentially health benefits that they would have received through employment. And the remuneration package's job is to compensate for these sacrifices that people must make. Clearly, the greatest barrier is giving up employment, but it really is difficult to determine what is reasonable, as every potential candidate in the community is unique. So finding the overall balance between these three principles is challenging. So our process can be summarized by these 4 steps. And the first one was looking at those roles and responsibilities and what are the actual expectations of the position. And this is defined in legislation, but for practical purposes, that is attending meetings and preparing for the meetings and being appropriately prepared. Members also engage in committee meetings and other committee work. They're community representatives, and they also communicate with constituents. We would also hope as voters that candidates would bring like a relevant background, knowledge, or skills, particularly as complexity increases in the community. It's a growing and challenging environment to make these big decisions about the direction of the community. And our second step was understanding the current remuneration. So what is offered, which right now is approximately $36,000 annual stipend for mayor and around $16,600 for council. And as of 2019, this has been adjusted annually by CPI. I'm an accountant, so I'm also going to tell you that that is taxable as income, and there's also CPP pension applicable. But because this is not in respect of employment, there's no vacation, stat holidays, employment insurance, or WorkSafe BC premiums or benefits. Currently, council is also not entitled to or not offered any health benefits. So the original wage, we're actually unsure exactly when it was set. The data goes back far enough that we can reasonably determine that it's a little arbitrary to look at where that was set. So it was hard to consider that there's a valid baseline. It looks like the wage was, or the stipend was set sometime prior to 2006 and has been mostly adjusted based on arbitrary rises until that 2019 adjustment for CPI was brought in as an annual change. So I think the take home of what current remuneration is that this is a great process that we were doing and something that we really needed to look at given the change in the community. So our third step was looking at benchmarking comparisons. So we wanted to look at how we compared to other communities and also how we looked compared to other wage measures. There's a really great guide set out by the Union of BC Municipalities to guide a task force through this process. So we mostly followed that guide with adding some of our own complexity just to help make it a bit more robust. So what we did is we identified comparable municipalities. So we used 10 based on population first, but we also felt that there was other factors to determine complexity that would help get us some rich comparables. So we also used a weighted average of ranking based on population first, municipal revenue, tax base, land area, and our status as an MRDT community. So out of these comparables, the current remuneration is very similar to the median comparables for 2021. There's a couple limitations to that data that's important to consider is that median is going to be low. We were comparing the 2022 wages for stipend for council based on the 2021 median. And that 2021 data was not available from all of the comparable communities. So much of the stipends we are comparing have been set 2017 to 2020. And then something that was also important to consider is that also assumes that the 10 communities that we were comparing to had an appropriate remuneration for their council. That became apparent that maybe that wasn't the case when we saw a very recent report from Smithers that used Revelstoke as a comparable. So it's important to consider the limitations there. We also wanted to compare the stipend to a comparable living wage calculation as a floor level of what we were looking for council and mayor to have paid. So for this, we took feedback from mayor and council and staff input, and we determined that a reasonable amount of hours that would have to be given up for employment would be 36 hours for mayor and 18 for council per week. So currently the remuneration paid right now is actually lower than the 2021 calculation for living wage. Marginally, for council, it was around $1,600 per year. So I think it's important to consider that what's being paid as a stipend now is reasonably representative of a living wage, which is really the lowest we would be willing to recommend. Just given that it wouldn't be reasonable for someone to give up employment for lower than that living wage. And our fourth step was to consider the input and changes to the community. So we had community input open for a 6-week period. We only received 2 responses, but we did receive many responses from council. There was a common theme, which was really reflected in our guiding principles, was the theme of balancing the cost of compensating mayor and council with attracting qualified candidates and also reducing barriers so that more members of the community were able to consider running. There was also a good theme of fostering engagement and commitment for council, as the 4-year period is a long time to be in office with that type of commitment. So in changing complexity of the community, I wanted to highlight this, just taking into account our benchmarking. So this is data from the cities, from the database of municipalities that shows us the change in complexity of those comparables that we used. So the gray and orange line. So the gray line is the council remuneration and the orange line is mayor over time. So you can see that the complexity or the rise in the stipend was much lower comparably to some of the other factors. Population and land base. Land base is this blue, population is yellow, I believe, relatively unchanged. But then we saw that the revenue and tax base increased by about 120% since 2006. And then since MRDT was introduced in 2008, it has actually grown 270% since that first year. So this kind of helped us look at the specifics of Revelstoke and note the changing and increased complexity of the city. Some specifics that we used in our discussions that we highlighted in the report was that increase in tourism. So that growth in the MRDT really showed more complexity in tourism and changing industries. Provincial and federal governments have been increasing pressure on local municipalities and downloading scope of services. Not something that's been seen province-wide. It's something that should be considered if we're resetting the stipend. There's been changing populations in Revelstoke and more involvement in conflict mediation and engagement. So specifically like land use, development, lots of things we've been hearing about tonight. Those have fallen more on council shoulders than before. Another change in complexity has been, especially since 2006, 2007, has been the involvement of social media and how that has projected community voices and really increased the emotional work involved with holding an elected official position. Technological advances have also sped up community change and planning. So we have a lot more tools available, which has really changed that environment and made these decisions happen faster. We also have a rising cost of living in Revelstoke, not only Revelstoke, the province, the country, but this has put pressure on the stipend's ability to reasonably compensate gainful employment, as we're seeing large increases in wages in the private sector as well. Diversifying economy in town, there's been growth in small businesses, large developments, much more complex concerns with this rapid growth. And so seeing as this wage was set sometime prior to 2007 and has really followed about an adjustment for inflation since, this review is really the first consideration of the changing complexity of the role and commitment required above that just general increase required to follow the same compensation with inflation. So our key considerations in making our recommendations was looking at the UBCM model of comparisons. So looking at our comparisons, the related weaknesses with them, and considering that the assumptions that those comparables are paying the correct stipend. We also really paid attention to the living wage to offer an absolute floor of how low the stipend should be, as there's just obvious barriers to anyone in the community that is receiving less than a living wage. And then our third consideration was benefits and reimbursements. So in addition to that flat rate stipend, we were considering what barriers could be removed by additional benefits and reimbursements that would target specific individuals that may have more barriers in terms of actually running for office. So in terms of recommendations, we are recommending that mayor's base stipend is $48,000 and that council is $24,000 for that base stipend, which is higher than our comparatives, but because of those factors that we've outlined. We're looking at an annual inflation increase of CPI, which is what's currently in effect. So for that to continue, we're looking to make sure that the timing of raises is always for the incoming council. That's part of UBCM recommendation as well, just to depoliticize the conversation. And then we are recommending that there's a periodic review as this one conducted every 8 years by an independent task force. And that's set to be every 2 council terms, and just having that written so that this is something that gets reviewed regularly as other factors change in the city. So we're also recommending that the current expense policy that the city has in place is kept the same, and that there's, as part of breaking down barriers, we're looking for health benefits to be available for council, but the premiums would be something that council could opt in at their own cost. And this would help to remove that barrier to employees that may lose entitlement to benefits if they were to drop to part-time, for example, to have the capacity to run for office. We're also recommending that there is a childcare reimbursement at $20 per hour for council meeting times to enable some affordability for parents who are otherwise caring for children. And we're looking at recommending the same policy as the CSRD has in place, where there's a $200 reduction in stipend for missed meetings after the first 4. So really what we wanted to do is find a balance between those principles. So looking at fiscal responsibility, we had staff calculate that these council stipends as proposed will cost the average homeowner in Revelstoke $7 per year from their existing taxes. And we're looking for that community representation. So we're hoping that the recommendations will reduce barriers for community members, specifically making sure we compensate above a living wage equivalent and introducing the potential for health benefits and childcare reimbursements. And then in terms of fair remuneration, this is really just for information, but it calculates out that the stipend proposed would be about the equivalent of a $26 per hour reimbursement. So just to quantify that as per making sure that it seems reasonable. And yeah, overall, I just want to thank city staff for all their assistance in setting us up for success. And thank you everyone for letting us have this opportunity. It's been actually quite enjoyable.
Thanks, Miranda. Appreciate your work. Stephen, thank you. Mr. Andrews, thank you. Appreciate the fact that the 3 of you spent so much time on this and actually came up with a process that could probably go to UBCM to show other communities how remuneration should be done. I really do appreciate everything that you've done, made this process extensive and well worthwhile. Any comments from councillors? Councillor Chalette.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thanks to the committee. This was a big task. I know we've all been pushing to see the report back and find out how it's been going, and I am so grateful to hear that it's been such a robust process. I am curious about a few things. So one of the comments that you'd mentioned was around the benefits packages. I was under the impression that there was benefits available to councillors, but that we needed 3 councillors on our board to opt in order to be eligible. There has been a resolution go to UBCM from SILGA, or that will be going to UBCM this fall from SILGA this spring, talking about this and how much of a barrier that does create. But I'm just wondering if that had come across the desk of the committee at all, or if that was part of it.
Miranda?
Oh yeah, Your Worship, through Your Worship to Nicole Chalette. We did discuss that, and really our role is not to look at the specifics of administration. It's really just to come up with the recommendations. So we're relying on our report moving to city staff for actual implementation after it's approved, or after you approve, whatever you choose to approve.
I guess
if I could follow up, Your Worship. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna add some context there that it was a tricky question. We probably spent more time on that discussion than almost anything as a group. And you could argue it both ways for sure. From a taxpayer perspective, the optics probably aren't great when there's a benefit package for a temporary office, right? On the other hand, benefits are really important to people. And, we've certainly felt that was true. So that's why we left it as it would essentially be very important for council and mayor to have access to benefits, but that it should largely be at their cost, given that the stipend was increasing substantially. That's kind of where we left the recommendation. Obviously, it's a recommendation. I hope that helps.
Thanks, Stephen. Nicole, you have further questions?
I do, yes. Just a quick update. The CBC did a look at all of the council remunerations across BC. Justin McElroy went out and dug through all the numbers over the summer. It sounds like it was quite the process, but he did have fresh numbers. So I took a quick look at the graph that the committee had put together and put in those new numbers from the CBC. And it was interesting to note there were a few communities that did do some large bumps, one of which was Nelson, who has bumped their mayor's salary from $37,500 up to $60,000, and council from 16 up to 25. I apologize for the dog barking. And the report that I found from the last council term, and looking at a lot of the similar conversations that we're talking about here. One of the comments that they had was that they've done to a task force when they did that review, but they were spitting it back to staff for the next one. And so I was curious about comment about the process, how well it has been documented, and how easy you think it will be to both recruit and for a future task force to be able to execute on this plan to review in 8 years. Mostly in sense that so that we can make sure that it is set up, there's enough lead time to get it done in the appropriate timeframe.
I haven't quite submitted it yet in its full form, but we have a well-documented process. I think the limitation would be it's not that objective. And so it wouldn't be as simple as what we did, wouldn't be as simple as staff plugging numbers into a report that's updated. I guess that would be the only limitation of sending it back to staff, is that there is that subjective point that potentially shouldn't be a staff decision. But overall, I think it's a well-documented process, and I think there is the potential to repeat it, probably less of a time commitment than we did this time starting from scratch.
Any other comments, council? Councilor?
Just from a human resources perspective, we do for all our staff in the city workforce, there's a review or there's a comparison already established. What could not the council and the mayor be included in that review? If we had a professional human resources person looking at the numbers, they would present a proposal regarding the objectivity. This council would be voting for the next council, so you can maintain your make it look like an arm's length transaction. I'm wondering if could have been done simpler, because it's taken 3.5 years to get to this point, and it's been a maddening process. We've got Stephen Cross resign over the issue, and I said, this should never have gotten to that stage. It should have just been, okay, if it's not this year, we should resolve it for the next term. And people coming into it or applying for the job or running for election should know what they're getting into. But based on a decision, this is what's laid out for them for the upcoming years. I don't wonder if we've made it. I mean, it's great. This information is valid. This needed to get updated. But I'm just wondering whether we've gone.
Well, so what these folks have done, the process that they've gone through, is essentially what you're just talking about.
I know.
And so they have set parameters now that other communities can use. This council will talk about their recommendations at a subsequent meeting and move that forward. But also, we now have something where in 4 years, council can look at this, or 8 years, or whatever the recommendations are, and say, these people have a process that works. When I'm saying, I look at a process that could go to UBCM, this is a process that we could give to UBCM and go from there. Mr. Matusi.
Yeah, Your Worship, having been on councils that have gone through this, I think, this is the way to do it. I think if you look around the province, you see some communities tie council to QP. I think that's kind of a mistake. Because then to the public, it looks like, well, everybody's in cahoots here, and it just the optics. I think you couldn't, and as the staff person working primarily with the team, you couldn't get a more diverse team of citizens who volunteered to be at the table. And so in terms of a public credibility, it's not like council handpicked these people. I mean, they put their names forward, and there they are. They've gone through the, which I think it's credibility now on top of credibility.
Yeah.
Because this is completely independent. By having staff do that with an HR person, it still puts pressure. I mean, it still looks like an in-house job, and how much council may or may not influence. So I think the process that you use, which is a UBCM, one of their recommendations, has provided an objective. I think we're quite fortunate because I can tell you that they went into this on a level that was really quite phenomenal, and it really is a benchmark that UBCM, because when you look around the province now, you've seen a number of reports come out, and all they did was cherry pick some municipalities on size and then said, oh, okay, we'll take the average. And that was pretty much the process. And I think going the extra mile, because the complexity that the team pulled out of some of those numbers started to speak to why you need to review this from time to time. Is it, the timing of it? I mean, I think, the committee you guys had some debate about that, but, the fact is you have 4-year terms. So you either review at each end of each term or you go every second. So, certainly as someone who's worked with the committees, I've never seen a better committee. I can tell you that. Objective. Yeah, they had their differences, but they were very objective. And I think each item was debated fully. Didn't waste a lot of time. I think a lot of effort went into it. And I think it is the benchmark. And so my recommendation was to follow a very similar process, and whatever council makes those decisions, that it is a community decision, and then with some kind of guidance like the UBCM guide, and then council ultimately does get to decide. I mean, really what you're deciding was the process fair and objective, and if these people have done a good job of researching and everything else. And as Miranda said, in the end, it's as fair as you could make a process, but you still have to add some subjectivity to it. And I think where the subjectivity landed was on things like living wage and those types of decisions, whereas where I think the committee leaned in and said, well, you still have to be fair here and reasonable. So anyways, council, I was quite happy to help to be on the committee and aid them, but they didn't need much help. They just took the ball and ran, and I think they did a great job. So.
And I appreciate that.
I'm fully agree. Yeah, I think it's an incredible work, and I love the thoroughness of it all. But I'm just wondering if this was a business and you took 3.5 years to make a decision on a wage, you wouldn't have that employee.
Good thing it's not a business.
Good thing. So we're good thing we're in it for the love of our community.
Councilor Palmer, you have commented, and I've got 2 members of the committee with their hands up.
So Mayor Sulz, I was going to put a motion on the table that the 8 recommendations from the Council Remuneration Task Force be adopted. I'll speak. I'll speak to the motion.
Okay, so just for staff, you both heard, so Councilor Palmer put the motion on the table. Councilor Rind has seconded it, just for the record, and now I go back to Councilor Palmer to speak to it.
Thank you, Mayor Sulz. Yeah, we could probably extend this out and talk forever and little fine details. So thank you very much to the committee for the work and wrestling through that. And so I can support these recommendations. The ones that I sort of wonder, and I think you've tackled them, the health benefits, not important for me, but as a barrier for those that may be giving up employment that might actually have paid benefits, that could be a problem for a factor for them. I might have done that. And then the other one is on the missed meetings. I would, you get 4 missed meetings. I would ding us $1,000 at least for meeting if you can.
Are these consecutive? That was my question.
No, if it's consecutive, you're out of office.
That's what I thought, yeah, because you get
There's
disqualified. So
already-
this is just general
Yeah, but so.
attendance.
Yeah.
4 meetings a year.
Yeah, but if somebody's that tardy,
Yeah.
they shouldn't be there. But anyway, but I can concur with all the recommendations that are here.
Right, Councilor Brooks.
Yeah, I totally agree with everyone. This is a fabulous report and really well constructed, well thought out. And I fully support it. And yeah, I agree. My only critique would have been, well, you took the $200 from the CSRD, but how long has that been there? So it probably should be higher. But my other, so missed meetings, would that be council meetings or committee of the whole meetings as well?
Just council meetings.
Council meeting.
And then the other point, I believe in the report, it references for childcare, it would have to be a receipt. And, this meeting, it's past 7 o'clock. There's no daycares that are open that would give a receipt. It would probably be a babysitter of some kind who might be 14 years old and not writing receipts. So
For $20 an hour, they'll learn how.
I'm just saying, perhaps, yeah, some of these smaller details, and as previously discussed, it's unclear how the health coverage would work, but, staff can come back and tell us.
Well, we can work through that, but, health coverage is there. If you want to avail yourself of it, it's available there. So Tanya, did you have your hand up? It's just me waiting for my own. I know there's a motion on the table, but both sorry.
They have their hands up, right?
Yeah, that's what I was going to. Yeah. Like I said, there's a motion on the table, but because Mr. Cross and Ms. Murphy have their hands up prior to us getting this motion on the table, I would like to hear from them. So Mr. Cross first.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. I would just say that your summary was quite good. And Mr. Matusi's additional comments, that summed up pretty much everything I was going to say when I first raised my hand. So thank you. I would address directly 2 other things. The concept of staff doing it faster really, Councillor Elliott, might not apply perhaps as much as you think, because in fact, it got done in time for the next council. And we used very, very little staff time. So it was a good deal for the taxpayers to have a citizen volunteer task force do it, not only economically, but also professionally and optically. So that was in line with Mr. Matusi's comments. And then on the missed meetings, just to be clear, I think in the report, there's more meat on that bone in terms of if you're ill or sick, the thing doesn't apply. And if you have leave of council to be away anyway, it doesn't apply. So, but we did think that it should apply to any official council meeting, which would include, in our mind, at least committee of the whole. But
I agree too.
Yeah. Anyway, I just hope those clarifications helped.
Great. All right, Ms. Murphy.
Thank you, Your Worship. You can't get the accountant to convince that it's a good idea to not submit receipts for childcare. I think all. Hey, if your 14-year-old babysitter submits a receipt to you that's done properly, you can claim it as a deduction on your taxes. So that's what we were following. Was it's important to just give some ability for administration to follow a requirement, and the CRA requirements are written and easy to follow. So that was just there. Secondly, I think this is going back a while, but I just wanted to comment on a repeat of the process. And one thing that's really important to note is that we were working without a main, what I think is a really valuable data point is a known data point of the last of how remuneration was determined. We really had no baseline point that we could rely on that current remuneration even meant anything if we looked at that exclusively. So in terms of repeating this report, I think there's a lot of value in having a baseline set now, and you can really just look at not all these issues as a whole, but all these issues, how they've changed in 8 years. And that is a lot simpler. So that would be my take on how to repeat it well.
Great, thank you for that. Councilor Ryan.
I was just wondering if there's any discussion given to parental leave and that type of thing. That's my question for anybody.
Any comment, Ms. Murphy, regarding parental leave? Was that ever discussed, or?
Yeah, we discussed parental leave. It was an interesting discussion because it's of course like a very important and valuable part of employment. And the discussion really went to council is a role that must be fulfilled. And if we were to have parental leave, you'd be essentially stepping away from that role. So it's difficult to allow that because then you really wouldn't be able to fulfill the role while on parental leave.
And I could dive in and add, yeah, we had quite a discussion on that. And also the fact that, with leave of council, the penalty wouldn't apply for missed meetings. So for example, if someone did run, get elected, and then was having a child, presumably they could attend council meetings largely till they're ready to give birth, or be part of the birth, for the male partner. And so they could miss some meetings and not be penalized for it.
Cool.
Perfect, thank you for that.
Thanks.
Can I add some clarity?
Councilor Elliott.
Mr. Cross said that that having staff determine the wage wouldn't be a prudent move. We're determining the wage by voting on the motion, not the staff. They're providing recommendations. So in either case, we would get recommendations, council will decide. That's how it works. So just for clarity, their staff wouldn't be deciding the remuneration.
Okay, thank you for that clarity. Any other comments regarding the motion on the table? Councilor Palmer.
Yeah, just clarity, sorry. No, we all want to get moving on here, but so the committee, and it's a bit of a minor thing in my mind, because the $200 is really minimal, and you can miss so many meetings anyway, so it becomes a kind of a moot point. But my understanding, that would be on council meetings. That's the only obligation within the community charter. The Local Government Act is council meetings, and committee meetings are not obligatory, and that hasn't been addressed in this particular. And I don't think we want to dive into, some places like some regional districts do provide additional funds for other meetings and such, but that's a whole. Yeah, it will be another 4 years before we get that one done.
All right, so no other comments. I'm gonna call the vote. All those in favor of the
Official. Oh yeah, I have that one. Yeah, I'm sorry. Sorry to interrupt.
Okay.
I just thought that there was no motion on the table.
Yep. All right. All those in favor? Opposed? This motion is carried unanimously. Again, I want to thank all three of you for your service to the community and for being so diligent in coming up with a way to get this done fairly for the community and for council, and set a precedent probably for others at UBCM or other communities. Thank you again, and thank you for your service and your time. Much appreciated. All right, we are going to move on, council, to number 9, bylaws Number A, someone want to put that on MRDP? Council Palmer.
I'll do it as written.
Okay, seconder for that motion. Council Brooks Hill. Any discussion on that? So we're basically adopting the MRDT tax levy bylaw 2340 up for 3%. Comment. Council Palmer.
Just repeating from before last time, that this is good news for the residents of Revelstoke. Getting tourism amenities, which happens to be residential amenities as well for our community. And so I think that's been a great work done by many, many people in our community, including the Accommodation Association. So thank you to all of us.
Perfect. Any other comments? Saying none, all those in favor? Motion's carried. Thank you. Item number 9B, Water Regulation Amendment Bylaw. Council Brooks Hill.
The Water Regulations Amendment Bylaw number 2341 be read a first, second, and third time.
Seconder for the motion, please. Councilor Charlotte. Any discussion on this motion? Saying none, all those in favor? Opposed? Note that Councilor Palmer is opposed, balance of council is in favor. Item number 2, someone want to put that on the table for me? Councilor Brooks Hill.
The Sewer Regulations Amendment Bylaw number 2342 be read a first, second, and third time.
Seconder for the motion, please. Councilor Charlotte. Any discussion on this motion? Councilor Brooks Hill.
I'm curious why Councilor Palmer voted against the previous motion.
I was on the previous meetings.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I think I remember. Did you say?
Yeah, you don't want to, you got half an hour?
There we go. So now, yeah. All right. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried. Thank you. Moving on to staff reports 11A. So extreme heat plan UBCM grant application. So I have 2 parts to this today. Is Chief DeRosa here? Yes, he is. So I want to start with the extreme heat plan council report, and then we're going to go into the application. So we'll start with the chief and then go to Ms. Braun. So Stephen, if you'd like to start, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just wanted to address a couple of things in response to the motion from the last meeting that I apologize I was not available for. So as you know, I just wanted to preface the cooling center has been opened and we've started the process there. So we'll get into that a little bit more. So I'll present some information for you on what we're doing right now. And then I'll take some questions before passing over to Ms. Braun for the second part and the application. So I think there was a couple of questions on where we're at right now with the City of Revelstoke's emergency response and recovery plan. So I just wanted to refresh everybody's information that the plan is a general operational guideline for coordinating responses to emergencies within the city. And so there's it's more of a guideline than a specific step-by-step 1, 2, 3. So it gives us a really good outline for how to respond to various emergencies in Revelstoke and Area B. And as Councillor Elliott had mentioned, it is an older plan right now. I believe it was written up in 2007. So being older doesn't mean that it's non-existent in response. It's actually quite good. And there's one thing I wanted to mention in that that the response plan that we currently have for extreme weather events does leave out the extreme heat events, because if you recall, the most recent extreme heat event prior to last year, 2021, was in 2009. So that was after the plan was written, and there was no update for that. So again, the plan reflects, the dynamic planning process. It's always going to be subject to change based on the emergency or the event that is in front of us. So in this particular case, with the extreme heat event that we have, it's Environment and Climate Change Canada typically will respond 3 to 4 days in advance of that. I think in this case, it was 2 days that we had our coordination meeting. And then Environment Canada set that heat warning out for us. So that's our number one trigger. So we have a heat warning in effect right now. So that's level 1. It carries a moderate public health risk. And so that's where we're at right now. Just monitoring temperatures and that. We're hovering around the 35. There are pockets in Revelstoke that do get up higher than that. So that's something that there may be various areas specifically in Revelstoke that do get a little bit higher than the others where it's measured. And then level 2 will be the extreme heat emergency. That's the key and second trigger point. And that's when we're looking to make sure that our vulnerable populations are cared for and that there's a place for them that they can get respite from extreme heat. It also applies to pets and other things like that, so we're concerned about those. So one of actually there's several ways that Environment, Climate and Change Canada, I still wrap my head around that. We'll call it ECCC. Reaches out to the public via the public weather alerts on the Canada website. And there's also a Weather Can app that pushes out those alerts. So when an extreme heat emergency has been issued, EMBC regional coordination calls for municipalities and other health authorities do happen. So we've had one of those so far. There will be a joint provincial press release that includes EMBC, Interior Health, all health organizations that are affected. And there is potential with the intrusive broadcast alert that they're looking at using that to notify everyone who has an active cell phone. So that would be the same as the earthquakes, tsunamis. They've added wildfire this year for sure. And there was recently one for an amber alert. So that alert system is being considered for this extreme heat emergency if it should happen. I'm not aware of anywhere in the province right now that has one. We're all under a heat warning at the moment. So when that does happen, the EOC at level 1 will push out notifications. We currently have a radio ad going on the bounce as a public service announcement, letting people know that the cooling center is open, where it is at, and if it gets extended or escalated, we'll advise people as well. So we've also got notices on the website, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, reaching out to all those people who are on social media. Where are we at now? We have an EMBC task number for extraordinary expenses. So that could include staff overtime if we do need to keep the cooling center open later. On Saturday, the normal hours are 10 to 4. If we wanted to extend that, we'd have to bring in staff, and that would be overtime. That would be recoverable from EMBC. We have ESS, who is available to respond to various events, such as supporting overnight cooling center for persons. We also have the Revelstoke Community Response Network, and that's Laura Stovall. And so her organization is going to be instrumental in reaching out to those people who may not either hear the radio messages when they do go out, who may not be on the social media or the website. And so that's going to be critical to having those networks in place to reach out to the people, make sure that they get that information and are encouraged to utilize the cooling center. That was, I believe, one of the things that was missing last year was a comprehensive network to inform people where they could go. So I think it was, if I recall correctly, there were only 2 individuals that used it last year. So we want to make that better this year. We're also looking at dealing with people who may have pets, so that we have a place for their pet to go, so that people can maybe who are resisting utilizing the cooling center because they don't want to leave their pet behind. So we're considering that if we step up to a level 2 emergency heat emergency. And so with conversations between the CRN and the City Emergency Management Team, one of the things that we're looking at, before I pass over to Ingrid, I'll take some questions, but we're looking at having this plan put together so that there's a comprehensive guide for whomever might be tasked with the responsibility, and have input into our emergency response recovery plan so that we can update that 2007 to include these new climate conditions that we just weren't aware of or ready for at the time. So I think that's a good snapshot of where we're at right now. And the one thing that I did want to specifically speak to was the letter from Laura Stovall, from the Community Response Network Coordinator. And just to say that this is absolutely wonderful. It's been put together by the work of Taha and Ingrid and Laura. And I wanted to just say that I fully support this. I think this is absolutely wonderful to have the community network being put together to make sure that those vulnerable seniors and anyone else who is maybe unaware or doesn't get the information can be reached out to, specifically being proactive, making sure those people get the assistance that they do need, even if they're not aware that they need it or that it's available. So that concludes my verbal report, and I'd be happy to take any questions before turning it over to Ingrid for her portion.
Hey, Terosio, I just want to say thank you for being proactive in getting the cooling center open and the EMBC number. Definitely important factors. Our community, this plan has been morphing here for a bit, and the community knows that we're here to support them. You've done an awesome job, and so for all of you involved, I just really appreciate the fact that we're moving forward. We're not waiting for all of those parameters to be put in place, even though most of them are there. The community sees that we're looking out for their nature and their health. Appreciate that. Comments from councils? Any comments, any questions for the chief?
When does it go to the level? Is there a heat emergency? How do you define that?
A heat emergency is defined by, well, let's start back with the heat warning. So it's 35, 18, 35. So day 1 and day 2 of daytime highs of 35 or above, and then 18, above 18 degrees overnight. So lack of cooling overnight. And then on days, the third day and beyond. So if we've got 2 days of 35, the third day triggers a extreme heat emergency. And that's when ECCC will push that warning out. And so it's that third day of anticipated 35 plus with 18 degrees overnight, no cooling recovery overnight. So we're right now we're seeing forecast expectations that we may have day 3 and 4 as extreme heat and that 35 plus. And then Friday, it looks like it's starting to cool off again. And then Saturday, Sunday should be down into the 20s. So the trigger point for extreme heat emergency is the third day of 35 degrees with overnight temperatures above 18.
Yeah,
we're already into that.
Yeah, I'm just curious. I mean, we're in a lot of summers when we've had heat emergencies under that definition, but then we're never declared a heat emergency.
Well, I think last year set the tone, right? Yeah. So many deaths, that sort of thing, especially in the larger centers. So that is really what set the provincial government up to say we need to do something.
Okay, yeah.
So, yeah. Any other, Mr. Matusi, any comments?
No, I think Chief Durrell's really covered it. And again, the some ways it's a misnomer, the emergency plan, because when people think of plan, they think of detailed plans. And really what it is an operational plan, how we communicate, because each emergency is different. A truck rolling over on the highway is a police fire emergency. Incident command will handle what happens there. All we have to know is how do we support them. Yeah. So, there's not like you have a plan for every possible event. You plan for all the events that it could happen, but it's really a communication organizational plan as much as anything. And so being out of date isn't such a big deal, other than the fact that we haven't had COVID before or a heat emergency. And so now there's a couple of new chapters, we kind of add, right?
And I think keeping your resource list and your
That's far more important.
getting that up to date and who to contact and the method to get a message out has to be current.
I think the fact that Revelstoke, City of Revelstoke has a dedicated person who kind of keeps that up to date, has the plan, has that in place and carries these things out. It's far more important. Other communities don't have that. And when something happens and they have to start building it on the fly, and that's when problems occur.
Perfect, good. All right, thank you again, Chief. We're going to move on to Ms. Braun, and Ingrid, I'll get you to weigh in a little bit, and then we'll put the motion on the table regarding the grant obligation. But any report or words that you'd like to speak for?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll just keep my comments brief. That we are a unique community in the sense that we have a role like Taha Teas as a community development coordinator who can work with community organizations and with emergency response networks and city staff to collaborate on that. So that's been given us a huge advantage. This request actually came from the community initially through the community response network, who Taha has worked with extensively around their volunteer program to connect seniors with vetted volunteers for snow shoveling, that kind of thing. So Taha had done a lot of work in the background to connect, identify what the needs were, connect with emergency services and fire chief, as well as senior management. And so his application, which I've attached to a report, is intended to learn from the lessons that we have gained, this year, last year through COVID, and work with our community organizations to put together a plan for responding in future. So this would be not implemented till next year, but it does give us the ability to learn from our best practices, to establish those vulnerable persons contact lists, to figure out who's doing what, GIS map layers, provided by our GIS department, and how we work with emergency services and bring them together with community resources to do that planning process. So if there's any questions, I'm happy to take them. I think I've covered most of it. We have a number of organizations have signed on and indicated their support, from the Women's Shelter to the hospital to Interior Health to Child Care Society, School Board, Tourism Revelstoke, with the intention that this planning process will not just, it'll focus on emergency services for vulnerable members, but it'll also deal with visitors to the community when hotels may be full or people may be in campgrounds without access to shelters. So there's a whole contingent, and we'll tap into RMI funding for that to ensure that we have communications protocols in place for visitors. So if there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Any questions from council? Seeing none, let's put this motion on the table, please. Councilor Brooksell.
The submission of a grant application to UBCM Extreme Heat Risk Mapping Assessment and Planning Funding Stream for the development of a community heat emergency response plan be supported.
Second for the motion, please. Councilor Charlotte. Any further discussion on this motion? Councilor Palmer and then Councilor Elliott.
We almost should have on that to motion retroactively, because the application has already gone in. It was due in June. And just a minor thing probably, but I note the plan is supposed to be done by May 30th, 2022. I'm sure that's supposed to be 2023. Type of error.
Okay, any Councilor Elliott comment?
So a heat emergency response plan, now we're going into the details. Now, is that, we just said the resource list was the key and how to respond, or the enabling the responses to be in place.
Well, I think what we have now is we have the procedure that we've done. So now that's codified, right? We know the next time who needs to be called, who's involved. And what we'll be doing is adding a component, which I think is a huge and very important component of more vulnerable people and the agencies who can help them. I mean, our plan, as in most cities right now, is more reactive. Like, it's open. There's a center. It's open. If your neighbor's sick, maybe you should check on them and bring them. I think the next phase, though, is actually reaching out to more vulnerable people that may not have it. And I think that's the piece that Ingrid's talking about adding to what we have.
Sure. Okay. Any other comments? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed, motion's carried unanimously. Moving on to item 11B, face mask. Somebody want to put that on the table, please? Councilor Brooksville?
The face mask use within municipal facilities policy P24 be rescinded.
Seconder, Councilor Palmer. Discussion on this. Any comments? This is basically just coming into line with what's happening in the community. If we need to go backwards and put face mask use back in because of the health authority, then we can. Other than that, I think this is the appropriate way to go. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried. All right, let's move on to item C, engineering. Councilor Palmer.
I'll put the motion on the table. The Airport Way multi-use pathway project be awarded to Jake J Construction Limited in an amount of $560,000 plus $120,000 engineering contingency, including applicable taxes, and that the trail be constructed at 3.0 meter width as recommended.
Is there a seconder for the motion?
Do you add that last bit in there?
Yeah. And I'll speak for the motion if there's a seconder.
Is there a seconder for the motion?
I'm not, I don't know about the 3 meter width part. I'm not.
Motion dies if there isn't a seconder.
Okay, motion's dead. So
we're not doing it then.
No.
Well, we'll do it without the 3 meters.
Should have amended the motion.
Whoa, you put a motion on.
What's a different motion?
Yeah.
So substance. Okay, whatever.
Mr. Black, before we go backwards here, and you want to weigh in about the 3.0 meters thing, because I saw your mouth open, and I just want to talk about that just briefly before we do anything further.
The trail, through your worship, the trail is 3 meters wide. Engineer Avery Bridge is available with a very, 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 very short presentation should council so desire. And again, the trail standard multi-use path in the city of Revelstoke will be 3 meters wide.
Okay, so that's what Councilor Palmer talked about. So I would like Avery to do a presentation.
Yeah, can I just on a point of order?
Sure.
So it's sort of corporate officer stuff, but the motion on the table ideally should have been amended and not killed. You certainly have the prerogative to
Bring it back.
Bring it back, but just the director will do the presentation on this, but the 3 meters is appropriate. And that's why and there is the recommendation is straight out of the report.
Yeah, thank you for that. Ms. Bridge, if you could give your brief presentation, please.
Thank you, Mr. Black. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. Share my screen here. Okay, this presentation is on the multi-use pathway, the Airport Way section. The scope of the project, it's a 3 meter wide multi-use pathway. We call it the MUP from McKinnon Road to Nickel Road. It includes bus stops, crosswalks, driveway crossings, updated drainage solutions. This segment of MUP will be a part of a MUP that connects all the way from downtown core to Revelstoke Mountain Resort. This section provides active transportation connectivity of residents of Lower and Upper Arrow Heights. Here's a little map of the drawing provided by Stantec Consulting. As you can see, the path starts at McKinnon Road here, goes all the way to Nickel, and it's on the east side. Here's a more zoomed in section here. You can see that the pathway crosses multiple driveways, in which the driveways will be refinished to its initial condition. There's also a sidewalk provided at Newlands Road as a way of cyclists and walkers to exit the pathway. Oops. We're also updating and adding a bit of curb and sidewalk that connects to Newlands Road, which will again give connectivity to the hospital and down Newlands Road there. There are 2 bidders, General Assembly and Jake J Construction. Jake J was the lower bidder with a project bid price of $500,322.25. Staff recommends that the project be awarded to Jake J. Project funding, we're going to get through investing in BC Active Transportation and Infrastructure Grant of $464,000, the Community Works Gas Tax Reserve of $116,000, and additional funding if it's required from the Intra-Community Connectivity in the Resort Development Strategy Fund, and that's $100,000. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Ms. Bridge. All right, I'm going to bring this back. And do you want me to word it exactly the way you had it, Councillor Palmer, or the way that's in the package? I'm going to ask you that question.
Yeah, so from my perspective, motions and recommendations are important. And we've had this history of embedded recommendations in reports that aren't clear, and it's created confusion in the
Yeah, no, I
past.
tried.
And that was the reason, because it's a recommendation. As we can see, that's basically the intent from the staff anyway. But the bid was on 2.5 meter width, at least I'm assuming from the report. And that was the purpose. It was just to provide that clarity that there was a change in the scope of the work.
Okay, and I appreciate that comment. Thank you.
I mean, yeah, whatever.
Okay, so do you want to put the motion on?
Well, I can't do it again.
So I will put it on at the air. Clarification.
Yeah, because I mean, it is a tender, so it could be a sensitive thing, and I don't know what the corporate officer would recommend, but if you have the reconsideration, I think that's probably what.
That's true.
The motion.
Just reconsider.
Yeah, so then it comes right back. I can't do that though.
Okay, but I can reconsider it. So it comes right back, and we put the motion on as in the package, or is Councillor Palmer to?
Well, he can put another motion on the table as amended, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if Cindy has any comments.
Yeah.
Any comments on this, just for clarification as to which way I should be going here?
I would say that you should bring it back for reconsideration as it was originally put on there by Councillor Palmer.
Okay, so I'm going to do that then. Bring it back for, so I just need a seconder for that motion. Councillor Ryan. Any further discussion on the motion? I think Councillor Palmer has made it very clear, it is in the report, and basically
The original intent was for
3 meters.
3 meters.
Yeah.
So we've gone through full, now we're just putting it in writing.
Bring it right.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And my apologies, partial apologies, I guess. I'm glad that it's 3 meters, because it should be 3 meters. It shouldn't be 2.5 in the first place for good multi-purpose use path. It's going to be used for bicycles going in 2 different directions, or whatever else, scooters and things that are happening nowadays. Yeah, so I'm happy that it's 3 meters, quite frankly. Good. Yeah.
This is gonna be great.
3 meters. Can I get a golf cart on there? Oh, sorry, Mr. Blanco. All right, I will ask the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried. Let's move on to Leadership Asset Management Plan. Any presentation, Mr. Black, before we, or Mr. Sear? You just lit up, so I think you must have a presentation for us.
Yes, through your worship. Yes, it will be Senior Engineer Gary Sear presenting with his consulting team. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Mr. Sear, take it away.
Your worship, councillors, the level of service framework is the last phase of our leadership and asset management program that was started a few years ago and was funded by the Green Municipal Fund. Staff has been working with a consultant to develop the level of service framework for different city assets. Our consultant has prepared a presentation to explain the work that was done. If any, I can answer your questions at the end of the presentation. Bernadette O'Connor from WSP has been working with the staff throughout the program and will be delivering the presentation.
Perfect. Ms. O'Connor, take it away.
Thank you, Your Worship, councillors. You can see my screen.
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Excellent. So I'm just going to take you through the scope of the work for this project, the main results, the key outcomes, a couple of other points from the community survey, and then next steps. So the scope of the project was to implement a level of service framework. As part of that implementation, we also developed a performance tracking methodology and or framework, performance tracking framework, and a costing methodology. And we also did an online survey out to the public to gain insights on their attitudes and priorities regarding levels of service. The key process is shown here. The highlighted in green are the components for the level of service that were completed under this project, considering stakeholders, developing level of service statements, identifying the service criteria that would be measured, and then developing the technical performance measures that would track how you were doing in relation to your level of service statements. Following on from this, it'll be the city's role to implement this, firstly by measuring the performance, measuring what is actually being delivered now for those metrics. When you have a year's results of that, review the results so that you can then set up targets for the levels of service. A lot of people go to their targets first, and that sets up false expectations, especially if you communicate those targets to your community, because you haven't measured what you're actually delivering in terms of the service criteria. So we recommend measure it first, review the results, then set your targets. Once you've set your targets, part of our work was to develop a costing methodology. So then you would confirm the budget that you need in order to deliver on those targets. And I'll talk further on in the presentation about the process for that. So the high-level results, we started with the consideration of the community vision and the corporate objectives. Then we considered 3 categories of stakeholders: users of the service, regulators for legislative compliance, and then the wider community. This is, most of the wider community are users of the service, but the wider community perspective is considering things like the impact on their taxes and the governance oversight of the organisation, as opposed to users of the service are focused on what are you delivering to me and how reliable and how reliable it is. The next few slides, we will go through the level of service statement and the key criteria that we will be measuring performance against. So for transportation, we have safe, all-weather accessible, well-maintained roads in good condition with smooth cycle lanes and accessible sidewalks. We polled the community on which of these criteria, accessibility, affordability, availability of the roads, signage, and maintenance of the roads were most important to them. The result was accessibility and well-maintained were what the stakeholders were mostly interested in. Water and wastewater. For water, clean, safe, reliable drinking water with acceptable pressure, no odor, and available all year round. For wastewater, it is reliable collection and treatment of sewage that is safe for disposal in the environment with no odor. The community response in terms of the criteria for accessibility, aesthetics, affordability, compliance, and keeping the assets well maintained was compliance and maintenance of the assets were the highest scoring priorities. Stormwater, flood protection, safe environment, safe stormwater inlets and outlets, and well-maintained drainage systems. The community's priority regarding affordability, availability, flood protection, and maintenance of the assets is flood protection and maintenance of the existing assets. For buildings, secure, clean, safe, comfortable buildings with easy access, suitable for purpose, available when needed, appropriate in size, and well maintained. The community's perspective regarding accessibility, affordability, cleanliness, compliance, safety, suitability, and maintenance of the existing buildings is the priority with safety and suitability, followed by cleanliness. Parks and recreation, well-maintained and clean parks that are accessible, inclusive, and available. The community's perspective on accessibility, availability, capacity, cleanliness, safety, suitability, and maintenance of the parks is availability and cleanliness, followed closely by maintenance of the parks. Now, looking at the cost of service, some context first. The current cost of service is a first glance at it. It is developed based on the current activities and the current budget. The task within the project scope was to develop a methodology. So we developed a methodology and provided the city with a tool. The population of the detail within that tool still has some work to do. We didn't included in the project was not to do an assessment of gaps in compliance or best practice, or whether you were under or over delivering the service. I would recommend that you do that after some more work has gone in to refine the costs within the tool. But that said, it is still a very good first view of the cost breakdown, and you have all that you need to do a reassessment. So the total level of service cost for transportation is coming out at $5.4 million. We can see on this chart that we have renewals included in here, and the operations includes for snow clearing. What we haven't assessed for this is whether the renewals is at the level that it should be, and again, whether the services the activities that are being done have been optimized or not. The level of service cost for water, this is not a total service cost because it does not include renewals yet. Renewals value needs to be added to this to provide a total cost of service. The inspections for water are lower than the inspections for sewer because to inspect water is very disruptive and very expensive. Therefore, most planning is done based on the age of the assets rather than physical inspection for buried assets. For wastewater, however, we can do CCTV inspections, so we have a better idea of those costs. Again, this is not a total cost of service because it doesn't include renewals. The process for the future is to measure your levels of service, set your targets, assess the cost to provide that level of service. Then consider affordability. If it is affordable, accept it, approve the budget, track your costs, track your performance, and annually review the situation. If it is not accepted, then review your level of service cost and risk balance and set new targets, assess the cost for delivering those targets, consider affordability. Briefly, trade-offs. Compromise is frequently required. So the tool that has been provided with the project allows different options and consequences to be considered to achieve your best value and with an acceptable risk for the available money. I'll leave you this PowerPoint presentation is provided in your package. So in the interest of time here, we'll just go to the next slide for the investment priorities. Community was polled during the survey on a number of issues that are current in the community. We also included looking after the existing assets. And the results came back to tell us that looking after the existing assets is the #1 priority from your community, followed by wastewater treatment plant upgrades and a second access bridge to Arrow Heights. The next steps for this is we will provide the finalized level of service framework, the cost of service framework, and the performance tracking framework, along with a report on the results of the online survey. Then it's up to the city to measure performance, set appropriate targets, confirm budgets to match your targets, and then continue to track costs and measure performance. I'm happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Thank you, Bernadette. Pretty extensive report. Appreciate that. Council, any comments?
No.
He's no. All right. Council.
No, I mean, not from this, but remember that one for that.
All the other four.
Councillor Charlotte, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. And thank you for the presentation. This has been one of our challenges to try and wrap our heads around as a new council when we were first elected, and looking forward to the new council. The timing of this seems like it'll align quite well, that after a year of tracking, then they should be getting their feet wet and able to really start looking at this and really dig in deep through their term. The gaps and best practices, I mean, this is what we do as a city, and this is what we're responsible for as a city council. So having these frameworks to hopefully wrap our brains around it a lot more effectively, both as I imagine it's going to be very helpful for operations and staff, but also for communicating those points to a council in a more detailed way that doesn't take a ton of time. On that note, I am kind of curious as to what kind of staff capacity is it going to take to maintain these frameworks and make sure that this information is kept up to date. Filling out forms is never most people's happy place, but I imagine having data on a regular basis would be helpful.
Well, the good news is that it doesn't require a lot of effort. The functionality that we've put into the tool, what we've done is to develop the costing. We've actually looked at every activity that is done and how frequently that activity is done and what that activity costs. So from this point going forward, it is fine tuning. There should be a review process every year when you get your performance results for the year. You should look at that and say, so what is this telling us? Is there something we should be doing different? If we're hitting our targets, that's fine. How much is it costing? But if we're not hitting our targets, what in our list of activities that we're doing in the frequency is something we're doing too frequently? Is there something we're not doing frequently enough? And during the next year, when you are actually measuring your performance, is an opportune time to actually do that detailed review and fine tune that, so that it puts you in a wonderful position. And it explains also that the tool provides you with an explanation for what would happen if you did this activity more frequently or less frequently. And it talks about the impact on the life of the asset, the impact on the risk exposure to the organization, and the impact on the customer experience. Because sometimes you can cut back on operations and maintenance, especially with long life assets, and the customer experiences no change in service, but you've just shortened the life of the asset, and that has a big impact on the cost to the community, on that total life cycle cost. So it's tracking all those hidden things as well as the customer experience.
Great, thank you very much. Any other comments from council? Thank you, Ms. O'Connor. Thank you, Mr. Sear. Appreciate that. We have a motion on the table to consider this report. So if someone will put that forward for me, please. Councilor Ryan.
That the recommendations from WSP Canada presentation on the city of Revelstoke's level of service on Tuesday, July 26th be considered.
Okay, second for the motion, Councilor Elliott. Any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried. Thank you. Thank you all again. I appreciate that. Moving on to 11E, subdivision parcel frontage exemption request.
The request to accept the minimum frontage requirement as laid out in our package be approved.
That's for 205 Cedar Street. Second for the motion, Councilor Brooks-Hill. Any discussion on the motion? So, Mr. Simon, comments on this?
Through your worship, this is a requirement under the Local Government Act, and because our delegation bylaw does not put this power to the approving officer, it does reside with council, and therefore prior to the subdivision going ahead, council must consider this parcel frontage exemption request. Staff don't see any concerns with it and recommend that council grant the exemption.
Great, thank you. Councilor Palmer, comment?
Yeah, question is to the panel planner. It seems like a very odd subdivision. And just because of the oddness of it, it's almost seems to me that's the intent behind the legislation to prevent that kind of thing from happening. It appears the motivation might be just to save that house rather than having a proper subdivision. That's what it appears to me, but maybe you can provide some clarity as to, I know you can't really comment on their intent, but.
Mr. Simon.
For your worship, the CP Hill area is quite an interesting configuration of lots. As you can see from the package, this particular parcel is surrounded by road allowance on all four sides, and Tamarack Street will never be built out. So they would, if there was a proper road network, have that 10% frontage. But in the absence of that, they are proposing the panhandle lot, which generally speaking, a long panhandle may not be suitable as an appropriate subdivision design, but in this particular circumstance, the applicant has done a lot of work to try and look at what configurations could be possible. And as you can see, the parcels are still quite large. So at this time, staff don't see any major concerns, and the approving officer hasn't flagged any major concerns with the proposed subdivision design.
Okay, follow up, Councilor.
Yeah, follow up. So yeah, just further to that. So Tamarack Street functionally doesn't exist. And will it ever exist?
Through your worship, unlikely.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Then, yeah, that was a leading question. Sorry. Is there any utilities that are on Tam? Like, should it even exist as a?
For your worship, I don't believe, I'd have to double check to see the civils as to whether or not there's any existing utilities. The proposal was originally looking at purchasing, closing and purchasing a portion of Tamarack, but they've since revised their design to be able to comply with the subdivision requirements aside from this 10% frontage rule. And the way the legislation is worded does not leave much room for, or does leave some room for interpretation rather. Sorry, it's been a long day. But the fact that it's adjacent and abutting undeveloped road allowance begs the question as to whether or not the waiver is actually required. But given the fact that it is undeveloped, that's why it's before council today.
Yeah, and so just to follow up. So, you know, that I guess that's just some of the questions. I know this is pretty small and not a big issue at the end of the day. It just does not seem like good use of that land and if Tamarack was closed, which it seems might be more logical, then there could be even higher density in that area. Otherwise, we're going to have this little sliver there that's maybe it's part of the wildlife stuff in your new OCP and making sure there's some environmental sensitivity, possibly from that perspective. I guess in theory, they could develop the road on Tamarack, right adjacent to their access there, and then that they would meet the legislation in that situation, but it's probably not practical. Is that accurate? Yeah.
So through your worship, yeah, it would be cost prohibitive to develop the roadway there. It is steep slopes, and there is also a stream that does run in proximity to the land. So you are correct that there is some environmental sensitivities there. This is looking at a way to best utilize the lot. Cedar Street, or sorry, CP Hill and some of the other properties around there, we have a lot of large properties there. And as you can see, this will still be 0.215 of a hectare with proposed lot to be created. There are definitely constraints to facilitating really effective subdivision design just because of the historic subdivision plans that have been laid out. The applicant has gone back and forth on this for some time now, and this has ultimately been deemed to be the most feasible due to the topographic constraints as well as due to some of the environmental sensitivities.
And then one final question. So is this part of Cedar, is it still pretty steep at that little corner? It seems like that's a really there's a lot of constraints on Cedar in that area, but I'm just going from memory.
Yeah, through your worship, Councillor Palmer, as you continue to wrap around Cedar Street, then it does continue to go upwards there. So kind of to the northeast of proposed law 1, you start to see a sharper increase in topography there, and there's a riparian area there too.
So go ahead one more time, and then I'll Councillor Brooks Hill wants to weigh in.
Okay, so just then finally on that, just because of the street constraints, it almost seems to me that maybe there should have been some request of some road dedication there to further improvements in the future. Just some comments, and I'll leave it at that.
Thanks. Councillor Brooks Hill, this is your neighborhood. Weigh in.
Mr. Simons pretty much answered all of the questions. This is the only thing that makes sense. Tamarack Street will never be built because it makes no sense. It's basically from Cedar Street. It's in a steep gully with a creek in it.
Yeah, okay.
And the only thing you'd access is a couple of pieces of steep land.
Right.
And then the lot on the other side of Tamarack Street, for some reason, Highways owns it, I believe. I have no idea why, but they own that lot.
And if you're interested in protecting wildlife, that gully that you're talking about is a bear route.
Oh, is it?
Well, my dog goes crazy, so
everything's a bear route up there.
And the intentions of the people, that there's 2 couples who own that existing house and have been sharing it, but the one couple's retired and wants to move permanently, and so they're going to build a house on the new lot.
Right.
So that's
okay.
All right. Any further comments on that motion on the table? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried. Thank you. Moving on to communications, Heritage Advisory Commission minutes. Any comment on that? Seeing none, Tourism Revelstoke short-term rental bylaw update. I think Mr. Simon dealt with that, so no comment. Questions from the press? Ms. Floyd, Ms. Rousseau, any questions from the press?
No questions, Your Worship.
All right, now we want to go in camera pursuant to section 90.1 C and K of the Community Charter. Councillor Ryan and Councillor Brooks Hill, all in favor? Motion's carried. Yeah, we'll take a couple minute break. We'll connect up, so all the staff will leave.